Yo, welcome to Knicks at Night. I'm your co-host, Stephen Fox. Our host, our founder, and our leader, Uncle Freezy, will be along shortly.
Hey, man. How you doing?
All right. I don't know where that's coming from, that echo.
Okay. I got something here. Hold on for me for just a second. I want to play your intro. You mind if I play your intro?
Please.
All right. Give me a split second to get this in here.
Please.
Uh,
We're running a little late tonight, folks.
Let me see. Yeah. I'm working on it, man. I'm doing it from my phone. It's so dope.
Do you have another wrap up? Okay. No, that ain't me.
I'm working on it. I don't know when. Let me see.
No worries, man. You have a whole night. We're just chilling, hanging with our family.
Yeah, it's tech difficulty, and yeah, pardon this, y'all. I'm sorry about this not being more squared away. Hey, good Juju, I see you. Illmatic is in the building. What's good? So I'm having an issue with it, man. I don't think I'll be able to do it for some reason. It's not showing for me.
I think you have another thing open. We're getting an echo.
Okay, let me see. How about now? Was that better?
Hello? I think I don't hear that echo. I think you solved our technical
Alrighty.
Nah, it's still there.
Yeah, this is strange. I'm not for sure. Why is that?
I'll just take it from here, or
yeah, let's go from here, man. This is I'm not for sure what's good. This is odd, but oh well. Kodak Vlogs was good. Ismail. All right. Let's just go so we can get going. How about that? Is that better? Is that good? Good, y'all.
I'll let you know. I'm waiting for the delay to get back, and I hope we're.
Hey, Foxy, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Did you see the intro?
I just saw the intro, and I hope our.
Was it not the dopest intro on Knicks creation?
Yeah, but it's repeat and something's open. Well, you're asking the wrong guy. I created it, so I love it. Hey, Freeze, could I ask a favor? Could you drop and come back on to see if maybe.
All right.
Fellas, I'm sorry we're having technical difficulty. Hello, Kevin. Mark, it's an honor. How are you?
It's an honor, Mr. Fox. I'm a big fan, bro.
Hey, how about now, Fox? Is that good?
No, man. It's messed up.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna back out there real quick.
Thank you.
I like how you handle the show, Fox.
Okay. Fellas.
You.
Yo, how'd you like that intro, family?
It's good. It's good. You create that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, nice.
So,
no, it's nice. It's good.
Oh, man, is this going to be a long night?
As long as Chuck don't show up, it won't be.
No, Chuck will show up. Chuck's been everywhere today.
Oh, it's gonna be a long night.
All right,
Yo,
let's go.
Change his name.
Okay, let's go. Ready? Oh, Hail Mary, full of grace. I think Freezy fixed that technical problem in place. So you did like that intro without all that reverb coming back at us? I was trying to get some paradigm of a night and everything else, and got the royalty-free music so we don't get a copyright thing coming across that screen. So we're trying to keep it cool, and we'll be doing other stuff on Knicks Morning Show. So again, forgive me. Kevin Wright, how are you, my friend? Joe Madden. Mark, like I said, huge fan, longtime fan. Love your takes. And Guillermo, as always, the king of the Legion of Knicks podcast, our buddy. So just a quick intro for before we get into it.
It looks like I got the logo tonight. Kevin, at least you're not in the logo tonight, Kevin. What's good, Mark?
Yeah, I
I
think
love
Freeze
you,
will
bro,
be working on
because you
that.
have to put sense into these people sometimes when I'm not there.
I know they ain't.
It's just ridiculous.
Like benching RJ, that to me is hilarious. Whoever come up with that just need.
Why would you want RJ
Let me
to
tell you how
go?
crazy this is.
Good question. Why would you want him to go against the B team and not the A team? You're prepping him to go against the Kevin Durant.
He's our second at the moment. He's our second best player. He needs to be playing with Randle.
Hey, fellas,
the starting unit.
Hey, gentlemen, let me ask a favor. Let me just stir it up, and we're going to get into all of this. I promise you, we're going to let you flow.
Yeah, let Fox do his thing.
Because tonight's a freestyle night. It's the day after our 95-86 victory over the Cavs, our first road win, our first back-to-back wins, even though it was an ugly win. As I said, we're interacting. It's going to be freestyle tonight, so whatever is on your mind, we're going to let it rip. We'll be interacting with the live chat, the video panelists, on their thoughts and their predictions for the game against the slumping Raptors, who are 0-3 tomorrow. Let me just talk to our family in the chat. Staffadon, Darley, H, God of Moses, Elijah, hope all is well, Ralph, Anthony 212, Bodega Wi-Fi, one of the great mods in history, Woodshed, Latrell, the American Dream. Again, Latrell, thank you so much for being so cool last night. We were trying to get Sim on to talk about, he's going through a lot, and we were trying to just get him on for a second, and because of the limitations on StreamYard of the number of people, we had to ask some people maybe to drop off for a little while. You too, Joe. Thank you so much for being gracious.
No problem.
That way. Trying to just get the Godfather on so he could talk about his platform so we can support him.
Yeah, the hate in the community for that man is he's the one. It burns me because it's not like the dude even curses on his show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
I know we love him, man.
Playing around with him, go play somewhere else.
Yeah. I just don't understand people. You have a guy for years has been trying to give good Knicks contact, and then
you know why, Joe?
Because he's the hub. Around.
He's the hub. He's the godfather of the Knicks. He was the one why this Knicks community is like this now. Everybody's starting to do Knicks games now. It was never like this until Sim started doing it 3 years ago.
I know. My wife thought I had a date last night. She goes, "Why do you have such a big smile on your face?" I went, "I finally talked to Sim. I've been watching him for so many years, man. I love this dude."
Yeah, you've been in the chat for a long time, Fox. And when I seen you, I was surprised.
Yeah, it's I have such respect for all you guys, and Sim being just so good, so smooth. It was like I said, a bucket list thing that when the Lord takes me, at least I could always say that that I had time to talk to the man. So, but now I have other stuff on the bucket list, and who's Mark? You're one of them, man. I've always wanted,
listen, man.
wanted to talk Knicks with you.
I'm just here to do my thing and entertain the people. That's what I do, is to help everyone that's on this platform that's under sin. That is my main goal. Everybody eats, and I'm here to make people eat. That's it. Entertainment. You know what I mean? I love it.
Yeah. Well, but it's smart. It's smart entertainment. We love your takes, man. There's thought behind it, and it's much respect.
I just try to be logic. I mean, I come on hard on some people, but listen, man, I ain't here for the crybabies. If you ain't man enough to be on here, then get off. No one's asking you to be here.
Well, you're talking to a Bronx. You're talking to a Bronx boy, so I read you all the way. Hey, Rob, how are you?
Jesus Christ.
Good?
What's good, Rob? How you doing?
Yeah.
I ain't nothing. Chilling,
let's kick off the show tonight with a question to you guys, and again to the chat. God bless you, man. Please hit those like, subscribe, reminder bells so you don't miss out on any of our brother Freezy's Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. And thanks again for helping us. We're now at 1,100 subscribers and focusing on that 1,500. So we blew past 1,000. Now we're at 1,100 and flying. So thank you so much. I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. Just saw my guys. Special shout out to Delano Steele, SJ the Third. But Delano, man, you're happening. Kodak Vlogs. Rafael Burgess, Yahuba Ariz, all of you, man. Hey, that's right, SJ3, Bronx in the building, Casa Hill Projects for Life. All right, so there was a story by Brad Dressler today of the Daily Knicks on why there are 3 reasons to believe in New York's promising start that we could perpetuate this throughout the season. The first, and I know you guys touched on it earlier on Guillermo, again, a great show as always, my friend. So the first one we're going to kick it off with is Julius Randle. So through 4 games, he's leading the offensive charge to the tune of 23.7 points a game, 10 rebounds, 6.3 assists, averaging 36 minutes per night. In fact, 27 of his 30 assists have led to threes or shots at the rim, and particularly 18 of his 30 assists have turned into threes from the corner, 9 corner threes or above the key, 9 threes from the top of the key. And I think what surprised the Knicks fans most about so far this season, Randle, is his 3-point shooting. Obviously, he's not going to be able to sustain that. He's shooting a staggering 69% this year, making 9 of 13 attempts. And didn't know this, that he had a stipulation in his contract for $900,000 if he makes the All-Star team in his current contract. So we know he's balling, and I'm sure he wants to get an extension after next year. But the $19.8 million that he is set to earn next year is a steal. And based on the contracts we're seeing, the Supermaxes and stuff like that. So we've been talking, we were so abused last year with those spins from hell, those turnovers that got everybody aggravated, that it's like there's an alien in him this year, that he's playing great team basketball, smart basketball. And I know he had 9 turnovers, but he played 44 minutes yesterday, and he didn't have a lot of the players. It was a short rotation. I think he was trying to do too much. But my question is, we're going to go around the room. We'll kick it to you, Mr. Wright, first, the man with the velvet voice, that do you think it's a better option for us to keep Randle? He's 26, in his prime, putting up these numbers. Is there another power forward that, Obi, the reality is us looking at Obi 2-3 or so years at a minimum before he'll be at a level of productivity of what Randle's doing now. And he has a lot to work on his game, which is normal. But going to you, Kevin, with the way that Randle's playing under Tibbs, leader, talking to the kids and everything, do we keep him? Especially, we have such a great contract with him right now. Why get rid of him?
I've mentioned this before. It's not getting rid of Randle is the thing. I don't want to just dump Randle for picks. That's when people got that. It's confused. It's like, oh, let's get rid of Randle. It's like, no. If you want to get rid of him, get rid of something of equal value at a position that could also help us win. Like if you traded him for not. Like I can't even think of a player, but like
I can if you need.
Yeah, like
I saw a thing today where people were talking about Frank, and one of the trades that they threw out there was Frank and Julius for Victor Oladipo.
I wouldn't even. I don't know. Well,
He has only 1 year left in his deal, so I don't know if I do that unless it's a sign and trade. Because if he just comes, Victor might just leave.
Yeah, he's a free agent next year.
Yeah, Randle, at least you have him locked up if you want for another year.
I wouldn't even say
at a bargain price.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even say so. Let's say Bradley Beal. Just throw Bradley Beal out there. Let's say you can get Bradley Beal for Julius Randle and a first and Frank and that Reggie Bullock just because I want Reggie Bullock off the team.
Seriously, I didn't know you didn't like Bullock. Wow.
Really? Oh, yeah, no. So let's say you did that. Bradley Beal would be a player that would have better production than Julius Randle and could help us maintain the level of winning that we could have. If you did a trade like that, then yeah, I'm like, okay, yes. But this to trade him just to get him up the team is ridiculous. No, because you still need that production. And also, as I said, is Obi Toppin, and it has to only be if the team feels like Obi Toppin can come in and be a double-digit consistent scorer. And it's going to average 25, but if you can get 15 a night and 7, 8, 9 rebounds a night, and you feel, okay, this is consistent, and we can move on and get a player at a different position of need, like center and or point guard, then yes, that's the only way I would move Julius. But I'm not moving Julius just for a pick or anything, no. But if I can get a player at one of those positions that could help us maintain the level of winning, yes, I would move him. That's the only way I would move Julius Randle.
Yeah, but if we do that, we want a player in their prime, though. We don't want a player on the backside of their prime.
Yeah, no, that's why I said someone like Bradley. I was just throwing Bradley Beal out there as an example. Like if someone like Bradley Beal's caliber of player, yeah.
So okay, hey Joe, I heard your little angel in the background. Hope she's well.
She's just going to sleep.
No, that's a beautiful sound, man. We love that sound. That's a beautiful sound of life. So
when you hear it all day, every day, it ain't too beautiful.
I don't know, man. It sounds pretty from here.
Yeah, so she's getting big and bold, but she's getting
taking after her daddy.
Yeah, but Randle, you don't move Randle yet. I'm gonna mean yet is his numbers are translating to wins of late. I feel if we need to make a move to help, because if you're going to, in my eyes, if you're going to keep Randle, then you need to make a push for the playoffs, and you need to get him some help. If down the line, if we're out of the playoffs, and someone comes to us with a young player and a first rounder, you take it. But it's not. I'm not giving him up for chips like a lot of people did. Like I would have given him up for a pick or just to get rid of him before this season, but now he's balling out and he's showing his value and showing what he can do. Showing the work that he put in over the 9 months, that he can be a top talent in this league, but he can't carry. He's not a player that's going to be able to carry this franchise on his own. So I think we need to make some sort see what Rivers and Quickley and when everyone comes back healthy, see what they can do. And add a piece. So I think we need to add a piece to help Julius. But if we're not going to add a piece and if we're out of it, then I look to move him for the right deal. I'm not going to just give him up. If someone comes to me, say what example like a Kyle Kuzma or a first and a second or something of that caliber, I would think about it because we're a rebuilding team. But the pick has to be in next year's draft.
Hey, would you? Oh, good, Mark. I got worried that we're going to lose you for the night.
Nah,
I'm like,
it's just sometimes this app just pushes me out. My internet is good, but it's the app on the browser.
Oh, okay. I was like, damn, I've waited all this time to talk to you, but we'll come to you in a second. But let me ask you a question, Joe. But don't you think we should go about it in a methodical way? Get Rivers back, get Quick back.
Yeah,
and assess what they could do before making a drastic move to bring somebody on.
What I would do is see what Rivers, Burke, Quickley, when Obi, when everyone gets back, see how they rock out for 10, 15 games, and if we're still kind of competitive and making a push for the playoffs, I will make a move to get Julius help and make a run at the playoffs, because I think then if you're just gonna have Julius try and do this on his own and you don't make the playoffs, then you look to move him. But as of right now, I think a move we need to make is to bring him help, because I don't think RJ is there yet. But I think just having someone with Julius, another 20-point scorer, particularly maybe either a small forward or a guard, to take that load off of Julius and be competitive, I think we can do that with this team. I think it's just one more piece we need to guarantee that we can make a push for the 8th spot.
But let me ask you a question. Is that push worth it? In the sense that with the lack, and Guillermo and us, we've been talking about the lack of talent on this roster for a while, that is it worth it to bring us up to a level of mediocrity that we're one and done in the first round of the playoffs, but we lost building the foundation of this team for the future through our draft by just making that move? Is it better to have patience?
Well, you can have patience, but also if you can get a deal for the right play, like a disgruntled star wants out and his value's dropping, like I'm not giving up the house for somebody unless it's a top quality player that's going to bring us a lot further into the playoffs than just a guy that's going to get to the 8th seed. Yeah. I'm not giving up the house, but I'd be willing to give up either, I don't know, maybe a first and Knox or a first and Mitch to get us somebody. Because before there was a deal I brought up that I'd be interested in trying to get Miles Turner in here.
Yeah. Hey, let me for a second kick it to Freezy.
Yeah.
Hey, Freezy, thank you so much for fixing that technical. I don't know what you did, my man, but you're a magic man. Thank you for fixing it.
Word, man. I appreciate it, man. I'm kind of working behind. It's not anything with y'all devices. It's the so.
Streamer is acting up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm here twitching and it's kicking me in and out, and my internet's good.
Yeah.
Hey, so shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I see y'all, man. Our chat is crazy. I call it home field.
Yo, Freezy, I got beef with you this morning, bro.
I probably you got beef with me?
Yeah, man, I ain't like what you said this morning on your show, man, about Julius Randle being a franchise player. I didn't like that. I'm just saying that. All right, I love you.
So you know how about people saying, I think I'm the smartest person in the chat.
No, bro, listen, man. I'm just saying how I feel, and I didn't like that Julius Randle franchise play. It triggered me this morning.
He's played 4 good games. He's not a franchise player yet. I think he has the ability, but that's a little bit of a stretch so early. Give it 20 games, and then you can say he's a franchise player.
Well, hey, Foxy has a thing he wanted to go by. So if we let Foxy run point, I think Foxy had some stuff he wanted to kind of poke y'all about. He wanted to stoke that Knicks fire about that he's been working on for all day. Respect what Foxy doing, and then when we get to it, man, we'll definitely.
All right, you're breaking up a little, Freezy, but thank you, and again, great show this morning as always. Okay, so Guillermo, you there, my brother?
Yes,
we'll kick it to you. And should we keep Randle?
I mean, look, if we're doing terrible, the trade deadline season end, and we have a development plan in place for Obi, you know what I mean? You can make that trade. You can think about it. Randle right now scares me just because there's essentially a contract year for him. Obviously, we have the team option. Can pick him up. But again, he's playing the way. I mean, you saw spurts of it with the Pelicans. And he is 26. He's been in the league for a while. We don't know if he's going to play like this to get that security from the contract or from the contract pickup. But again, we're not sure about Obi yet. So you need that production. You need somebody that Obi can tailor his game or learn from. Not say Obi that Randle's going to sit there and mentor him and teach him. But again, why move on from Randle if you think that Randle could keep this point forward type of play long term. So it's tough, but again, if this team is convinced by the players in the 2021 draft, and again, I know people are going to say don't think about it. Well, I am. You could think about whatever you want. I think about this draft. There's a lot of talent. If they feel that, hey, we'd be better off using a Julius Randle first round if you get it to rebuild the team like the way we truly want to. Maybe we do have whatever we take our pains, but we could trade up to get a guy like a Kuminga, or even if a Jalen Green falls. I'm just saying theoretically, if they feel that way, you make the trade. If they feel convinced by him turning around as a solid point forward, and Obi can build with him, and you don't need to. And obviously, you don't necessarily even need to even tank in this draft. There's a lot of talent. They okay with that? Again, to say maybe a really good play like a Josh Christopher or whatever if he falls in him.
Hey, what's your gut feeling though about Randle? Though, do you think he will be that?
I don't know. I've seen so many stupid contract year players, man.
I know you're right.
The thing that scares me about Randle is that people want to say it's coaching.
What about maturity?
We're not really even running sets. Like, we're not even running like crazy triangle sets or anything that really is like, oh yeah, Randle's free. It's really just Randle in the post and kick it out to the open guys. And he could have been doing this last year. So in my head, it's like, why couldn't he do this? And I mean, I know we have new guys, but Obi's not there, and IQ's not there. The only guy we really brought in is Burks, and he's hurt. So you're essentially playing with a lot of the same guys we had last year. Noel's too, but he's a non-factor. So it's like, why couldn't he do it? So I honestly, I'm gonna just say I don't know, because I don't know where this Randle was last year. I don't know what's happening. Maybe he's a coach, but again, will he regress back to the old Randle once he gets that contract picked up? Or, I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yo, Rob, how you doing? Did you smoke a blunt instead of one of your Infernos, man? You look a little chill, a little chill tonight.
yeah. I'm chilling, but yeah, with this Randle thing, see, people talking about Randle from this year, Randle from that year. Randle's career always been projected up, so people need to just kill the notion. When he's gotten better
every year statistically. You're right. Ryan Cleveland brought that up the other night. God bless him.
So there's no need for somebody to be saying that what Randle you're going to get. You've been getting the same Randle trending up for years until he got with a dysfunctional coach. And we all can say last year we had dysfunctional coaching. So if it rubbed off on any of the young players the wrong way, it rubbed off on the vets the wrong way. I don't feel as though Randle came to New York to try to get paid. I think Randle came to New York to make a statement. And with that being said, you don't move on from Randle's contract. That's the best buy contract. The Knicks would be a fool.
Thank you.
The Knicks would be a fool to give away that contract and don't ride it out. If you do anything with that contract, it'll be in 2022 where you're streaming at where you're at then. This contract is connected to Obi. Obi is not ready right now. Just say, for instance, we traded him in the beginning of the year. Where would we be standing right now? A rookie on the shelf, no Randle. And then the fat guy from Villanova that came over from Golden State.
Yeah, Spellman.
Also. We will be in a world of hurt. And the way he's playing right now, it's a disrespect to even be speaking his name like that.
Thank you. Hey, we know one thing for sure. Obi is not ready for prime time at all.
And then on things that people be saying about, well, if we losing and we still got Randle, we trade Randle for a young player. What type of mess is that? Randle is 26. He is the young player that you would be trading for.
In his prime.
You know what I'm saying? Things like people need to just watch what they say when they mention this man's name. Yep. You know, a young player, a lottery pick. I mean, a high lottery pick. This man was like, what, the 5th pick in the draft? And you want to trade him for a 27th pick to maybe get lucky in a draft that you feel as though it's loaded? Every time in college ball around March, new stars emerge all the time. It's not who's in Street and Smith and all of these AAU teams that you see. Some people in college, they jump all the way up to a lottery pick that wasn't on nobody's radar. So you don't play for the draft. You know, with that being said, for 19 million.
Let it flow, Guillermo.
That's the best. That's the best $19 million contract in the NBA right now. That's the best contract. Anybody, they'll salivate at the mouth to take that contract. You hold that contract for 2 years. You can develop Obi slowly then. There's no rush. You play behind Randle until you're 24. Then we'll make the decision. Do we keep Randle or not? Right now, we can talk about other things than that. That's the best contract in the NBA right now.
Guillermo, we're going to get to you, Ralph, in a sec.
So all those little jabs were pointing at me. First of all, you're getting
really it was pointed. Really, it was pointed at Joe. Really, it was pointed at Joe. If you really want to know, that was from yesterday.
Fair enough.
What's it pointed at me for? I said we need to add talent.
But if you want to take,
open up your ears,
GMO, you can.
Yeah, I will, because it was you trying to say it was Joe.
No, I told you it was for
Joe. You agreed with all those points.
When I seen Joe, I was going to address that.
So just because you're 26 doesn't necessarily mean you're young. Because again, you guys have played a lot earlier. So what they've been here 7-8 years. So again, that's not necessarily young. One, even though Randle is relatively durable. Second, you have a 4-game sample from
that's
Randle.
That's young.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You can bro. They guys who are freaking anyway. The guys who played since they're 19 or whatever, they could come out and play several years. And you're looking up
26
atrophy on the body. I let you talk. Atrophy on the body. You're talking about wear and tear, right? So everybody said statistically better. It's not necessarily about getting statistically better because, again, Randle, you can look at it production-wise and say, okay, what was the impact, right? When he was on New Orleans Pelicans, right, did that team do better once AD fell? No. So, again, we can't sit here and say Randle, the disrespect on Randle. Like Randle's Jokic. He's not. He's not at all. I don't know why people – to make it seem like it's so far-fetched to not look ahead and look at talent. And again, you're talking about a guy who's finally hit within a few games – on a contract year. People are saying, "Oh, it's the greatest a contract."
It's not a contract year.
I'd rather.
No, it's not.
It's a team option next year. He's playing for that team option.
Right, a team option, not a Randle option.
Yeah, but he's playing either. If we don't pick up the team option, he wants to get paid from somebody else.
But we'd have to have our heads down to pick it up.
He can't go nowhere.
That's what I love about everyone's saying. Everybody's saying that we don't know, and I'm not trying to jump. I'm not talking about tanking. I'm not saying we tank. But everybody's funny because everybody says, "Oh, we don't know what you're going to draft." Yeah, but on the flip side, if you could have a draft with the draft that we have it now, and none of us are experts like some of the experts out there. Guys have been scouting this draft for 2 years, 3 years in advance, talking about, that Zion Williamson draft. Oh, that's cute. This upcoming draft now, stupid, right? So again, I agree with you, Rob. We don't know what we have, but on the flip side. There could also be a possibility we could come out of this draft. Say you did get another first, you trade up. You come out of this draft with 2 generational players. I just want everybody to know that because everybody's talking about how attractive this contract is. Hold on. That we don't know what's happening in this draft. We also don't know what Randle can do once he gets the security. Because this style of play that we've seen from Randle, we haven't seen it for years. And let's not just say
yes. To watch it though.
He's getting coaching, but he's also in a quasi contract year to get that security, right? And that if they don't pick it up, he's going to go into a market where the free agency is thin, and he might get a bigger contract. So again, let's stop poo-pooing. We talk about disrespecting Randle. Randle did not play at this his whole career.
It doesn't matter.
It does. You just mentioned it.
No,
you said the disrespect on Randle, like Randle's a Elijah one.
We shouldn't even be talking about it because it doesn't matter.
He played 4 games
before we have to think about Randle. He's connected to Obi. As Obi grows, that determines what we do with Randle. That's my point.
You can also have a draft. I don't know. This thing about Randle that we can't consider getting assets in this draft by trading Randle. Right? Are we winning a championship?
You can use Burks for assets. He's balling.
Hold on. Burks are 20. That's what I love about Burks. Burks is 29 years old and got hurt in his second, whatever game he got in the NBA. He's an older player, a role player, right? Versus a guy like Randle, who you just said was younger.
He got it
right?
from Morris.
He's doing a lot more. Randle's a lot more. Again, Burks is a role player and he's a solid role player. But I'm not sure you can be on the same thing with Marcus Morris. Unless you get him to a high usage and you shoot 40% from 3.
He's a role player, no matter how you cut it up.
Okay, what's your point? You're actually disproving your point. I'm saying you're gonna get more from Randle.
For Burke that you got for Morris.
Oh, all right. Wow.
Burks has to shoot 43, 44% for us to get him.
Morris was shooting 47% from 3 at one point. What are you talking? And you're also talking about
finish that one.
Huh?
He didn't finish that way.
He
Yeah,
didn't
what,
finish when he
43?
left us.
He didn't finish at 47.
No, I said at one point he was shooting
It
47.
doesn't matter where he
And he's
finished.
shooting 43% from. He's shooting 40%, 43% from three.
Well, right now Randle is shooting 63% from three. So what?
You guys. I think what some of you guys are doing, because you guys don't know about the draft. So instead of just saying I don't know about the draft.
I'm just not
You talk. Some of you guys don't know about the draft. You say, oh, why trade Randle for his draft? It's like, dogs. If there are experts out there who don't care about the Knicks, they're literally saying, yo, this draft, the Zion draft was cute. Ja Morant, who was my guy, that's cute. This draft is stupid talent-wise. It is dumb to sit here and not even consider moving an asset like Julius Randle. Now, I'm not talking about doing it. I'm talking about to consider. To sit and say, oh, that's disrespectful. To who, Randle?
I'm not saying that because we got 2 picks in this draft.
We're a rebuilding team. You can never have enough of picks.
You do that.
You package your pick for Randle and the Mavs pick, and you move up in the lottery, and you get 2 lottery picks.
I promise you.
Man, nobody's going to trade it. He just said it's a generational draft. Who's going to do it?
A team, if they can take a hold and say, look, we're stacked. We don't necessarily need the so-called. If there's a guy that we have certain about,
lottery stacked.
Jalen Green's not playing NBA, or he's not playing.
Boston will be because they have the Grizzlies pick.
Like BJ Boston, that if you develop BJ Boston, he might be your next Brandon Ingram. I'm just saying, you come out the draft with a Josh Christopher and a Brandon Boston, or if you get lucky, Cade Suggs or whatever, and come out with an Evan Mobley or a Brandon Mobley, but a Brandon Boston.
I'm not boo-booing on that. We got 2 first-round picks.
Can I say something?
You can never have enough of picks, especially in a stock draft.
Hey, 1 second.
The more picks, the merrier.
Just out of fairness, let us kick. Rob, 1 sec. Let's kick it to Ralph. Let him get. Hey, Ralph, how are you? Some of you know him as God of Moses and Elijah. Some of you know him as Ralph. We know him as the prophet.
Thank you, guys. But man, there were so many takes that I kind of lost my train of thought. But I'm glad that Joe Madden is here because he was, we had conversations earlier, and Gaiman made some good points about generational talent. And I just wanted to make a quick point that, Donovan Mitchell is a generation.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Freezy, could you let Mark into the chat, please? He's backstage. If you're hearing this, I'm sending a text to Mark. If you hear me, take it, Mark. Take it, Ralph. Sorry.
All I just want to say is real quick. I mean, maybe he might want to respond, but Donovan Mitchell was drafted 13, and he's a generational talent. And so, and this other players, Kawhi Leonard, maybe, and this. Long story short. You either trust your front office or and Walt Perrin, or you don't. And me, I trust them. So I trust Walt Perrin. I trust Scott Perry, and I think that us going to the playoffs or pushing to go to the playoffs with 2 first-round picks, we can draft really well. I'm not really concerned about being in the lottery and trading Randle to be in the lottery, and that philosophy for me it doesn't work. Well, maybe for other people. Great. There's a strong fan base that really loves this draft. But for me, again, I've seen Donovan Mitchell get drafted, and I think there might be others. And so I'm not really too obsessed about trying to be in the lottery to capture these generational talent and so forth and so forth. But
all right, let's get back to the initial thing. Do you think we should keep Randle?
Absolutely.
Can I just say something real quick?
Come back.
Let him finish his flow, Kevin. We'll come to you. Let him just.
Go.
All right, Kev. Go, Kev.
No, it's just y'all went on and they kind of went on about something else. I'm just going to say this about the whole draft thing: is you guys have missed the point. Like, what if we aren't in the lottery to get any of these players, anyways? Like, what if the team is actually good enough to win and make the playoffs? Like, what if we're the 7th seed in the East? Like, why is that just out of the realm of possibility that we're not going to have
you can move up
the top record in the league? And even if you wanted to trade Julius Randle, you're not going to trade Julius Randle to a bottom feeder, so you're not going to get to a team that's going to have a high draft pick anyways.
You're talking about packaging picks to move up. Why doesn't nobody listen to that? Joe said.
But here's the thing about packaging picks. If you have a team, hold on. if you say this is a generational draft, right? And you have a team that has like the third pick, why would you want like the 22nd pick and another pick in the teens when this is a generational pick and you can get one of the top talents? That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
If you're a team in the late lottery, right? Say you just have that pick. Say you just end up there because again, tanking is not tanking is not going to work one for one, right? You could be a fringe playoff team or even a decent playoff team. Say, we're good. We just need talented depth. We don't, if someone wants to trade up and get this guy, right? We're offering the pick. Happens almost every other year. I mean, Luka got traded. I mean, it was Trae Young, but freaking the Hawks and the Mavericks made a pick. So their teams every year they're willing. It just depends on what price you want to give up. The Knicks could throw a freaking with all the picks. They can throw a freaking bucket of gold or the freaking treasure chest of picks and say, hey, we want to move up for this player because we really believe in it. It's like, all right, fine. We'll take all these other players that you're not going to pick for this one player you want. Fair enough. We'll do it. It happens every year in the draft.
Mm-hmm. Okay, with the Hawks, I'm just gonna say with the Hawks and the Mavericks, that's a bad example because they were separated by 2. Like Dallas had the 5th and Atlanta had the 7th. So it's not like they jumped from like having the 14th to the 5th.
Yeah, but if I put money on it, just like you said, generational talent, right? Then why would you trade? Do you think the Hawks would want to keep Luka? Knowing what Luka is now, right? If they knew that he was that type of player, they probably would have kept him, right?
I mean, you had like Trae Young is that far off, so I'm pretty sure they're happy with Trae Young.
Come on, let's not play games. Luka and Trae Young is very talented, but Luka is here. Trae Young is here.
I don't think
he's not looking like that now, though.
I don't think Trae Young is that far
at
from
the beginning
Luka.
of the season. I understand, but
that's the thing. What has Luka done that Trae Young hasn't?
Playoffs.
Oh, got the playoffs.
I mean, that's because his organization is just that much better.
It don't matter. You just got to the playoffs. What KP was out for the playoffs or where he was hurt, whatever. I mean, who else on that team was really a go-to guy? Luka was carrying that team by himself. Trae Young didn't do it. Yeah, John Collins, Cam Reddish, Kevin Huerter, DeAndre Hunter. They didn't get to the playoffs. Luka did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think there's not like a
Kawhi Leonard in Indiana. What was that? What was that trade? Indiana and Kawhi Leonard. I mean, cut you off, Kevin. But Spurs and Kawhi Leonard. Spurs and Indiana. What was that trade?
Spurs and Indiana.
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard got
for Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard was drafted by Indiana and then was traded. He was drafted by Indiana, and he was traded then to the Spurs on draft night.
He was?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Indiana drafted him and then traded him to Spurs.
But nobody knew he was going to be that type of player. He was just a guy at San Diego State with big hands.
Even Fox, to that point, that's the whole point. You might find somebody in the draft. The Knicks might find somebody, just like you said. You may not say you don't get Loretto. They may see a diamond in the rough, right? That no one else. They know that he might get picked by such and such. We got to move up for this kid. He is that guy, right? And again, I'm not saying we even tank or do that. I'm just saying it's stupid to not consider that. Like, I'm a Met fan, right? Remember when we had R.A. Dickey and he had the Cy Young year? And everybody, R.A. Dickey was everyone's kissing. They traded him for freaking Syndergaard and Travis Darno, who now he's sitting on Atlanta Braves. But no one poo-pooed that trade like, oh, you got rid of R.A. Dickey, Cy Young player. It's like, yeah, he had one blip year, but we see young talent they have, and we won him. And granted, Syndergaard got, he had Tommy John, but he's looked like a borderline, I won't say ace, a borderline high-level number 2 pitcher that you have for years. So to not look down the line in terms of talent, that's just for a guy in Randle who's finally popping as a point forward that we always wanted. I'm just saying, man. I'm not saying, Rob, I agree with you. I'm not with tanking, but to say it's disrespectful not consider him, I think that's a little crazy, man.
Yeah, it's not like you're giving away for nothing. If you get an offer that you can't refuse, like a young talent and maybe a pick now and a pick down the line for like 2023 or 2024 draft, you're going to consider it. Because we're a rebuilding team, especially if we're winning. No, they're not going to do it. But if we're losing at the trade deadline, they're going to do it to get more picks to get better.
So, fellas, let me throw this out.
I'm waiting for you guys. I'm waiting. I got cut off. I'm waiting for you guys. Just want to remind you guys. Okay.
All right, take it, Ralph. Sorry.
Okay, cool. So back to Julius Randle and what was the question? Would I keep Julius Randle? Right.
Correct.
Cool. I would definitely keep Julius Randle. I want to start off with that conversation. I will keep Julius Randle, and I will get off that whole ship of the whole fan. I don't know how to say it without throwing shots. I'm a big fan of the San Antonio Spurs. Joe Madden and Ron Cleveland, we were talking about how the San Antonio Spurs have LaMarcus Aldridge, DeMar DeRozan, and they continue to have DeJounte Murray, Derek White, Keldon Johnson, and they continue to draft on top of that. And they continue to build their players while they continue to draft and holding on to their veterans. And I think we should. I think that's a great template for a rebuilding team. In my eyes, I think San Antonio Spurs are a successful team, and that doesn't mean that I want Randle to be constantly average 44 minutes per game, because I definitely want Obi Toppin to get minutes. I think he can develop well. I think there is going to be minutes for him to excel in this roster. I just feel too often a lot of fans get fixated, like they're scared, like, oh my God, Randle keeps playing like this, Obi Toppin will never get minutes. Like it doesn't, like it's just not realistic. And so that's a problem that I take issue with. You know, the Obi minutes fans, like, oh my God, Obi, you know, we got to trade Randle because he's playing too good, and Obi's never got to get minutes with the way Julius Randle is playing, and that's not reality. I don't look at it that way. Let's just say, in my eyes, I don't look at it that way. Eventually, this season, I expect Obi Toppin to get a lot of minutes and to do great this season. I expect a great season from Obi Toppin as well. I'm not, just because I want Randle here doesn't mean that I want to hinder Obi Toppin's growth. I want him to benefit from Randle being here. I'm not here to be against his growth. So I'm very pro developing the players. Winning helps the team develop well. Also, you know, I like the idea of the team playing so that they can try to make the playoffs. I think that's good basketball for me as a fan. I mean, for other, you know, everybody has their own views and their own perspectives. That's fine. You know, they're entitled to their opinions, and I have to learn how to understand that everybody has their own opinions. But again, I definitely don't want to be under 500. I don't want to be under 400, 300, or 20. You know, I don't want to be a bottom feeder team again. And I believe that trading Randle will do that. And I'm not trading Randle to be to have a disgruntled RJ Barrett and not talking winning basketball. So now, if you want to talk about a player like I don't know, I can't think at the top of my mind right now. So that right now we can win more games, add 10 more games to the win column, then that's a conversation. But I don't care, me personally, my opinion, I don't care about the draft. I trust Walt Pairing enough. To not be concerned about trading Randle for a draft pick. I want to win games, and I want to win as much as possible. And I'm looking to add to more winning. And also, and I like that some of these games are, you know, RJ Barrett is not looking good, and I'm okay with that. I'm not, you know, sometimes he may not look good, but we are, you know, we're seeing it in the perspective of hey, RJ, you need to shoot better, you need to do things better to win games. Plain and simple, we still love you, but you need to do it better for us to win games. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I like that idea. I like that whole concept of talking winning basketball. I don't want to hear, as a fan, I don't want to hear trading Randle for a pick. I don't care how high is the pick. I don't want to hear about this team winning only 15 games, 10 games, and being in the top 5 in the lottery pick. It might sound good to you guys. That's fine with you guys. But for me, I don't care about I don't want the 5th pick. I don't want it. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow.
Just a quick shout out to the chat. Hey, by the way, Eddie Roldan, one of the people that a longtime friend of mine in the chats and stuff, I said to him, and I didn't have Obi on my board. I wanted us to sign Christian Woods as a free agent and draft Halliburton, and I wish we did that, boy.
Oh God!
But shout out to the chat. Kodak Vlogs, Mike H, Kaiser Soze. Hey, what was that about, man? You don't like Halliburton's game?
No, man.
You see what
There's
he's
a reason.
doing?
He's doing. What's he doing?
He's doing well, man. It's only 4 games, so a short sample, but he's doing a lot more than Obi. Let me put it that way. Hey, let me talk about D. Jones, Glenn Greenstein, Rafael Burgess, again Latrell Sprewell. Thanks again for being a team player last night. Much obliged. David Parker, John Bailey. Who's Mark? Mark, I'm talking back channel with Freezy trying to get you in. I know you're probably going to fall asleep back there. A nudie 25. All you guys. And again, just a reminder, please hit that like, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. Support our guy Freezy. We broke through the 1,100 mark and moving. And again, we really appreciate it. Thanks for our great mods, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all your help. And let me ask a different question now. Has our three-point shooting surprised you? So right now, we've shot 43% from deep. But oddly enough, against the Cavs, we went, forgive my old eyes, 14 for 25, which is 56% last night. And obviously these numbers are not sustainable, but what we went through last year and everything, not having any 3-point shooting, stretching the floor. So with the help of Burks, Reggie Bullock, Kevin Wright's favorite player, and Randle shooting threes. And we haven't seen Quick and Rivers yet. So, and obviously RJ and Obi have been bricking it up so far from 3, but panel, your thoughts are, have you been surprised by our competency in 3-point shooting so far this year? Joe, you want to take it?
Well, you said Obi was bricking it up from 3. Am I mistaken? Obi played 1 regular season game and he went 3 for 7, which is still 40%.
Well, one of them was a Hail Mary that went in off the backboard, so he didn't call that.
But it still counted.
Yeah, I know.
It still counted that once, but yeah, the 3-point shooting to me, it has surprised me a little bit. It's gonna come back down to earth.
No doubt.
I think we've been making good shots. We're not taking bad shots. I think to sustain it, Knox needs to get the ball when he's open. Because I laughed at the likes of Rand and some of these guys are passing the ball to Peyton when he's open in the corner. But if Knox is open in the corner, they ain't passing it to him. I think to sustain it, Knox is hitting good shots. He's hitting not at a high clip, but he's hitting efficiently. So I think they need to sustain that 3-point shooting or be anywhere near close to it. Bullock needs to hit them a little bit more.
He had 5 yesterday.
Randle's going to come back down to earth. He ain't going to be shooting 60%. I believe towards mid-season he's going to be back in the 30s, but he's not going to be hitting 60%. Burks is going to come down a little bit. They're all going to come down a little bit. I believe RJ's might come up a little bit. But to sustain good 3-point shooting, Knox needs the ball. I've seen so many times where he's open in the corner, open at the top of the key in the 3-point line, and nobody giving it to him. And I think it's a trust issue because and people were saying, like Coach Colorblock on Legion and Knicks earlier was saying about Knox is a confidence guy. Well, how do you help his confidence when he's wide open and you don't give him the ball? But then when Peyton's wide open, who's historically an awful 3-point shooter, even though he's starting to hit them now a little bit, that'll also come down. But when you're giving it to Peyton and giving it to RJ, who aren't good shooters, but you're passing up on Knox, who, as I said, has been hitting them when he gets them. To me, it doesn't make any sense.
He shot himself in the foot yesterday, getting in early foul trouble because he hit the threes, and I'm like, oh boy, our guy Kevin's gonna have a big night tonight. And then he got the fouls, and I'm like, wow, it just deflated. So
and I think Tibbs needs to nip that in the butt and be like, pass to the open man. Don't be, because you see them RJ looking him off. You see Peyton looking him off. Randle seems to be the only one giving the ball. And I think when Quickley's back if Quickley's in the second unit, you're going to see Knox take a big step. And that's not only because of Quickley, it's just because Quickley trusts in Knox. We've seen it. When Quickley's in the floor with Knox, he trusts him to get him out when he's in open shots. Peyton and them don't trust him, which to me is ridiculous because he's hitting 44%.
Yeah. but you have to admit, and again, we're going to bring everyone in, but you got to admit that that there's much better ball movement this season than there has been in the past.
Oh, there has been. Yeah. Oh, definitely. I haven't seen this ball movement out of the Knicks in about 3 or 4 years.
We're averaging 24 assists per game. We're 20th in the league right now, but we ranked 27th in the league last year in assists at 22 a game. By the way, Charlotte is number 1 this year at 30 assists per game. But as the season progresses, I see that number going up on the assist side, especially, God willing, Quick comes back and there's no issues with his hip, and with Rivers' IQ, him coming in. And also, I think that Randle, I don't see why he would all of a sudden, stop and go back to what he did in the past if he's hitting it. But like you said, and we brought it up yesterday, there is time that maybe Tibbs and the coaching staff sits down and says, Kevin got to get this amount of touches. Yesterday, Kevin had three shots. And we know he had foul trouble, but 3 shots is just not acceptable.
It's not acceptable. 2 of them, and he hit 2 of them.
Yep.
And that's the thing. He's efficient. They're just not giving it to him. Yeah, and that's the thing to me also when we were saying about what Randle. I'm just going to go back about the 3-point shooting because that's connected with Randle. When Randle's numbers come back down, when Randle's 3-point shooting comes back down to earth, his scoring is going to come back down. So people need to just cool it off because he's hitting 24 points a game now. When his shooting comes down, it's going to be back to 18, 19, unless he can find other ways to score. Unless he starts going to the mid-range a little bit more, which I think his mid-range is going to stay what it is, and his inside scoring is going to stay what it is. Just the 3-point shooting is going to come back down to the 30s.
Yeah, that's why I'm not thinking playoffs for this team. I'm thinking that no different. You said the reality of these shooting statistics are going to come back to reality. So is the talent level of this team.
Yeah,
and that after 72 games, we're going to be where we're supposed to be, and I don't think it's going to be in the playoffs. I want the best for. I'm gonna, I bleed blue and orange like the rest of us, but I'm also a realist on this team, and I'm just praying that RJ. That shot of his, and we were talking about it last night, that he gets into a flow and a rhythm, and maybe from mid-range and stuff. But we have a lot of stuff to work on this team, and that's why what Guillermo was saying, that whatever we do, if we could come away with a haul next year, let's just say a Suggs and a Kuminga or something like that, this franchise now would be changed. Where we were talking about where you add free agents to complement your base, not to build your base, your foundation. It'd be a lot more attractive to have, an RJ, a Suggs, a Kuminga, whether Mitch is still here, etc. That's a lot more attractive. But even if we didn't get a free agent, we would be a much better team. But we are a draft. There's not a free agent, meaning we're a draft away from being a better team, not a free agent from being a better team. So, Guillermo, you want to take it? Have you been surprised by our 3-point shooting?
Yeah, because if you look at it, right, we are 24th in 3-point attempts, right? 24th in 3-point attempts, but 9th in 3-pointers made. That's just not sustainable. Right, you can't. The efficiency is just stupid, right? So obviously, and it's not saying guys aren't going to be good. It has nothing to do with your talent. Everything mean reversion, right? Everything's just going to revert back to the mean. So, if we had a system where we were taking a lot more threes, right? If our offense was predicated on that, and it's weird because you think that Randle, a guy who operates in the post and kicks out, he's been doing a lot more. You would think that the attempts would be higher. But they're not. So again, it's just going to revert back. I mean, there's nothing bad about it. I'm more worried about, do we have another facet in our offense that's not Randle specific, right? Where Randle's not the primary ball handler, maybe not even the primary option, right? Something that's away from Randle, so teams can't just hone in on us. But again, the 3-point percentage, and also we are one of the top teams in 3-point defense. So I know Rob came at me yesterday talking about, I'm not happy about it. Well, it's not I'm not happy about it. It's just that. Again, 4 games is skewed. There are a lot of open shots that guys have had. You know what I mean? So it may just revert back to the mean, right? Obviously, teams are going to hit. We played the Bucks one night, right? What they hit, 21% or 18% that night from 3?
Yeah, Yeah.
And they set an NBA record the night after. So I mean, it's like, I mean, it is what it is. It's not as if the Bucks were gonna always shoot 18 or whatever it was from three. Is that things are just gonna revert, and we were fortunate, right?
18.4% against the Bucks,
and they set a record against the Heat.
Yeah,
So
and then just the opposite. Cavs came in as the hottest team against the Knicks, and then they shot, like you said, 21% or 22 rounded off, 21.9. So it is very fickle that way, and like you said, math statistically it'll average out over the long haul.
Right, because I mean, when you look at this team, and again, you have certain players like Knox. I think he ranks out really well defensively. A lot of players on a team rank out decently on defense. Right, I just need to see more to discern whether this is new coaching. And this is long term, because again, I've seen a lot of open shots, and if we were guarding these, if we were like the 08 Celtics, and every shot was defended, every passing lane was defended, like, all right, Tom Thibodeau's coming in, it's something's happening, because again, we were one of the worst in poster plays, points in the paint. We ranked one of the worst teams. So again, it's not as if our defense is all of a sudden this new thing. So yeah, I mean, the rankings is going to revert back to the mean, but let's see how we adjust. When those efficiencies go down.
Yeah. Hey, Rob, I'll kick it to you a second. Just a quick shout out again to Freezy. Thank you so much for fixing those technical problems earlier. I don't know what you did, but it's much obliged. That was a tough couple of minutes, but now we're nice and clear and everything's working well. So, Rob, do you think have you been surprised with our 3-point shooting?
Necessarily, no, not really, because the spacing has been better on the floor. And that's what the coach bought. They got better spacing on the floor, and they got better. They getting a lot more uncontested shots than they did last year. So with that being said, I would think that the shooting is going to go up. So can they hold where they're at right now? I don't think so. But the players that they did put on this team, like Bullock and them, they came in shooting like 40% from three anyway. So they're just doing their natural thing. They've been doing it for other teams. So I would not question their shots as long as they have spacing. And the spacing that they get is the reason why they're hitting shots. But my thing is this here, like for like the other teams that don't hit shots when they play us, okay, even though they shot 18%, when we don't hit shots, we can't shoot. When other teams miss shots, it's on them. We don't get no credit either way. They should be able to get credit as an NBA team, no matter what. If the team doesn't hit shots, that goes to the other team. The Knicks yesterday against Cleveland, they closed out. They wasn't there on a lot of defenders, but they was there in the presence of closing out on them. That caused them to miss shots. So I see why Cleveland's percentage went down yesterday. They had a lot of shots with people running towards them. It wasn't always a hand in the face, but they was uncomfortable.
Yep.
So we should get credit for that.
Yeah.
And just because Milwaukee came not ready to play and they missed shots, we get credit for that. That counts in our numbers, in our stats. Just like when we give it up, it counts against us. No matter what the reason is, it's going to count against us.
Yeah. Hey, the chat thinks that you're posing for a Playgirl shoot right now. So, hey, man, I'm only kidding. I was goofing on you. You guys get to know me. Nobody said that. I'm just goofing. I like to goof. I'm a crazy son of a bee from the Bronx, and I just say I'm crazy thoughts.
Hey, look, you be sneaking them in there, Steven.
I'm nuts. Hey, Ralph, you think, are you surprised by the 3-point shooting?
Well, I'm with Bert. I mean, sort of. I mean, I'm happy about it. I just want to say I'm happy about the 3-point shooting. I was happy when we picked up Alec Burks. So once I saw him, once I learned that we drafted him, then I started seeing the preseason. I'm impressed. So I guess I wasn't expecting about all that 3-point shooting, and we've been playing well so far given the situation. I wish Quickley was here. That way the offense would be better. But he's not. We're working with the situation. And
do you think we need to temper that though? The guy only played 12 games. Once it goes around the league, they watch film, see his tendencies. He's going to look like a rookie real quick.
Who, Quickley?
Yeah.
Oh, I have this belief that rookies are it's hard to get a lot of footage on a rookie. If you have 1 year or 2 years in the league, you can get a lot of footage. But right now, people don't know who Quickley is. Some people probably never heard of him, and they're like, "Who is this player? Or where's he from?" And so sometimes you can surprise people being a rookie. So
He went to Kentucky. There's no surprises here.
right, but I still
Hey,
see.
Ralph, you showed you don't follow college because what Steven said is right. They know who he is.
All right, let's see. Let's see.
It's not
Yeah,
like
I know he's a
everything
good
now.
shooter, but I'm talking about as a point guard. Whatever. I still think that
They
Quickley
know his
surprised
handles.
me.
They know what he likes and what he doesn't like. And the
You know
NBA,
what?
man, analytics,
might-
they're going to throw everything at him.
You-
And after 12 games, it's too short of a sample size. I love Quick, what we've seen of him. God knows I want it to be. But also, we're all students of the game to know that they're not going to put up with that. They're going to try to make him uncomfortable.
You got a point because the way Detroit went after Quickley in the preseason, like they swarmed him with 3 people as soon as he got the ball at the top of the key. So you might have a point, but normally I usually see a rookie catch players by surprise, and maybe you're right, but I'm just holding on to what I believe that rookies tend to surprise a lot of teams in their rookie season.
Yeah. Hey, just Charles B. Chuck, others know him as the president of the Guillermo fan club. He said that Quickley's going to disappoint these guys because we're overrating him. And
hey, Steven, let me say something to Chuck about that. I looked on his Twitter page, just going after we've been friends. Don't you know in the beginning of the draft, Chuck picked Quickley as an 80% bust from day one.
Damn! Wow.
He did that pre-draft on his Twitter page.
I'm saying 3, 2. I'm waiting for his response to the chat.
Kill him, Rob.
Yeah, he had 80% bust. So anything he's saying is subjective to what he picked, just like he do GSJ.
Man,
Chuck,
you're just
do your
jealous of
homework.
his hats.
I do
That's
mine.
why. Yeah. Hey, again, Guillermo, if we go back to the tape and stuff, I brought up Quickley's name as a 2nd-round pick, not as a 1st-round pick, but I knew we needed shooting, and then I said Terrell Terry that he's a pure shooter, but his height, he'll give up more points in the NBA than he'll as he scores, and that's why he went to the 2nd round. But guys like Isaiah Joe, everything, when I was going through the shooters, when I looked at Quickley, I went, you know what? This guy has touch. Like we were saying with RJ, some things you can take 1,000 shots, but there's certain things that you're born with. It's from the Lord. And that guy has a touch, whether it's his floater percentage, whether it's his 3, he can shoot. And that's why he was on my map. So I'm glad we got him. I was shocked that we went down and got him because I was thinking that maybe we get him in the 2nd and take maybe a Malachi Flynn with the late pick in the 1st round as a backup in the first, as a point guard. Because as we saw in the first several games before Peyton came back to being a little of Peyton, that we're in desperate need of it. So Charles B. said, Legion and Knicks podcast, false. I said it was based on where he was drafted because I felt they reached for him.
He's lying.
He's always going to lie and switch. Stephen Fox, do not. You're 80%. It's a twilight zone. Stay away from Chuck and his revisionist history. You're right on what you said before. Rob got it right. Rob has receipts. Just listen to Rob. It's fine.
Receipts.
Chuck is a liar.
It's on his Twitter page. Tell me it's not on your Twitter page. He said 80% bust Quickley.
Well, he just said that he was hacked by Russian agents, and that it's the Russians' fault. So
he must have been born in Russia then.
Well, that's where he's getting all those nice hats from.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, wait a minute, Russian hats, Guillermo, where'd you get that hat?
Years ago. This is not Russian. I mean, it's Russian, but it's as American as they come.
Ralph, you have something you want to add?
I think I'm gonna pass that up.
Okay, let's talk. Are you guys? We'll go around the horn. We'll start with you, Rob. Are you surprised with our defense. We know Tibbs has that reputation for defense, but are you surprised that, like you said, whether it's running at guys at threes and just the defense that we're playing, the intensity? Hey, what I love so far is him calling these timeouts. Whether we're up or everything, he is intense, and he's like an old school guy. He's cracking them. So, a lot of people, just real quick on Tibbs, they were concerned when we hired him because he's hard-nosed, no nonsense. Coach like that coming to coach a bunch of little kids, pups. But it looks like him and Johnny and Kenny Payne and the rest of the guys, Woody on the staff, that it's being fruitful. So have you been surprised by the D, and do you think, again, it's sustainable for the rest of the year?
Who is that too?
Rob.
Oh, yeah, I felt as though like in the last 2 games that you can really see the defense picked up. The first 2 games, it looked like they was figuring it out. They knew where to be, but they just wasn't there on time. It really started to show in the last 2 games. So I think going forward, it's going to get better. But like the first 2 games, it wasn't nothing to say. I was looking at it like, where's the Thibodeau defense at the first 2 games? But like I said, it started to show up on the last 2. So I think they're heading in the right direction.
They've only had a few weeks. They're playing like 3, not much of a training camp or anything. So they're really trying to implement something in a month time frame.
Mm-hmm. And playing the top-notch teams that they did. Those 2 games that I think that they played, it helped him. It helped the Knicks more than it hurt them than starting off easy, because they got thrown right into the fire. So when they played the lesser talent, then the defense looked like it showed up even more.
What you think, Ralph?
Man, I have so much in my mind that I actually lost. What was the question again?
That do you think that the defense that we're playing, the intensity and stuff like that, attributing it to Tibbs, and whether Tibbs' style and everything, that we'll be doing this for the rest of the season?
Absolutely,
the guys are buying in.
Absolutely. Hopefully to the playoffs, man. Hopefully we can get to the playoffs, if not close. I think that's. I love the effort everybody's giving into defense, and I like the defense and I like the offense also, right? Granted, there's always work to do. I like that everybody's constantly improving on the offense and on the defense. So I like everything that I'm seeing from Tibbs. I love the coaching. The coaching is the reason why I'm not obsessed about being in the lottery. I don't want to bring another thing. I just want to keep it short. And when you have good coaching staff, like what I believe is comparable to Greg Popovich and the Spurs, I feel like we can find one, and with good coaching, things go right. So I think things can only get better for us during the season and in the draft. I just want to just keep it like that. So that's
Mr. Wright.
Yes, and I say that because I'm one of the few who believes that this team is playoff caliber, and we'll only get there. I think we're way ahead of our defense is way ahead of our offense right now. And our defense should only get better as we get more comfortable in the system. And so to me, that says a lot. So yeah, I do think it's something that's sustainable, because that's just Tibbs' MO. And a team is going to take the identity of its head coach. So yeah, and it's because the players are so young. The majority of them. It's not like this is a team full of vets that, when Minnesota, this is happening with Minnesota. You had veterans, and then you had these players who were like, I guess, stars like Cat, and people who thought they were stars like Andrew Wiggins. And it was like, we're already, whatever. I just signed this extension. I don't need to listen to this old man. Where on this team is you have a bunch of kids who know, like, hey, if I need to get to the next level, I need to listen to somebody like this.
Yeah,
And
and
so-
also Kenny Payne and stuff.
Yeah, so they're more inclined to buy into the system than like that Minnesota team did. So that's why I think it's sustainable.
Yep. Guillermo?
So am I surprised? Because given the personnel we have,
That's the key part, the personnel that we have.
it's like, all right, so Quickley's not playing. And then I thought Alfred Payne would be that guy, but oddly enough, we actually have decent defense against. So the ice defense against the pick and roll is the bread and butter. We actually played really good defense against the pick and roll ball handler. Right, we're at right now where it's 19 for 46 for 41.3% defense. The pick and roll man is where we're getting killed at. We giving up 48%, which is 12 for 25. Right, and you see many times guys like Sabonis is eating on us, Drummond is eating on us, Embiid. So that's still an issue, but to be surprised, RJ is a good defender, a decent defender.
At 2.
Okay, Randle. Randle's probably one I should probably do some research on, because again, our post-up defense is bad. We're pretty bad with post-up defense right now. We're giving up 13 for 19 for 68.4%, which is not good. But again, as a team, we played the Bucks. I thought we played them great, so those numbers may be a little bit skewed.
Pack the paint.
Pack the paint was perfect. It's weird. It's weird. I think we're okay right now. I want to see Quickley in there. Obi obviously he might be a defensive hole, but I think once you get a guy like Quickley in there who can harass point guards, that can help out the backcourt, generate a little bit more steals. Again, Knox, I'm giving credit to Knox, Kevin Wright, before you kill me, because the next bad thing I say about Kevin, Knox, you hate Kevin. It's like, no, I'm giving him credit. Very good defense. I'm giving him all the credit awards. Play very good defense. So yeah, I'm not
sitting back chilling.
Kevin, I'll put it like this: I'm surprised by Kevin Knox's defense. I'll give you that. I'm very surprised. He has goofy feet. He got destroyed yesterday on that crossover. I still got a video charge up here if you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to see later, he got Antonio McDaniels. He got crossover twice in one sitting. That was bad. But other than that, and
here's the thing, and I don't think it would have been as bad as if he wasn't as clumsy as he is.
Hey, it don't matter. He got crossed. Look,
he didn't know he got crossed over, but it
boy
looked bad
some,
because his feet are just so clumsy still.
Everybody gets crossover. He's a poster right now. It's okay, man. But Kevin Knox has surprised me on defense. He's been really good outside that one Drew Holiday pass behind him when defense broke. So again, it's weird. I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. But let's see when Quickley gets back. Let's see how this defense are. Also, I'm not surprised with Mitch. Mitch has disappointed me on defense because, again, I thought that he should have been working on his lower body. Not say he's going to come in looking like freaking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I thought better base, better fundamentals. The dude is like a rock from Indiana Jones, just pushing him back every time he posts up on a guy who has some type of strength down low. I'm very disappointed in him. Surprised, maybe not just because he's not there yet, but his defense has not been.
Is terrible. He's not boxing out. He's
last night. We looked, Andre. How many times did you? There was a play where I legit didn't know that Mitch Robinson was there until I rewinded it. I said, "Oh my gosh!" Because Andre Drummond literally just pushed off of him, caught the rebound, kicked it out. And I think somebody hit a three. This is like late in the game.
Third quarter? Was that third quarter?
And also McGee, he was tapping the rebound like 5 times. They had second attempts, man. It's like, why aren't you boxing him out? Because nobody's really as athletic as Mitch from a spring standpoint, a bounce. And like this, McGee's just going over and tapping it right back. Another chance, tap again and again. It's like, box him out, man. You're not doing so. His technique, after a few years already, is still not there. Whether it's his rotations, he sets bad screens too. He's not setting.
Steven, to this day, I don't understand the thing about Knox, right? I mean, Mitch. I don't care if he shoots a shot for the rest of his life. The other fundamentals to the game, boxing out. No, because even when you watch him yesterday against the Cavs, it's not just that Drummond was overpowering him, but Mitch did not give any effort to box out Andre Drummond, to get proper position on him when he saw the shot going up. You know what I mean? So that guy, I get mad because you know why? I thought he could have been a starter. And I got fooled by it. So maybe I just got to take it. He's a second rounder. He's going to give us some decent minutes here and there. He is averaging about 30. I don't know about if you account for yesterday, but I think he was averaging like 34 minutes before yesterday's game. So again, he could work with some foul trouble against some smaller front courts, but his defense has been pretty disappointing to me.
We're going to keep it on Mitch for a second. And I love freestyle nights because we could just let it rip on abstract topics and stuff like that. And this morning on Knicks Morning Drive, Freezy again, great show. You had the wonderful Ghetto Intellect, one of my favorites. You had the Prince Bun, and they said something that was really alien to me, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. As you know, Mitch set a record last year for field goal percentage, and here's the weird part. A few years ago, I started hearing about NBA players, whether it's at the end of a quarter and stuff, not putting up a shot because they didn't want to hurt their field goal percentage. So, and I thought that was crazy, but I've seen players, and it's not just today's athlete. I remember being a big Yankees fan, the Yankees beating Texas Rangers one time, and we were beating them like 13-1. Juan Gonzalez hits a ball to the hole. Shortstop tries to make a play on it, and he's safe at first. And the official scorer called it an error. He's losing 13-1. He calls a timeout, and he puts his hands up looking at the box where the official scorer is like, why didn't you give me a hit for that? He's losing 13-1, and yet he's worrying about his stats. So the point that was brought up this morning, do you think, and it caught me off guard, but I don't know. The guy's has 6 agents. He's made a lot of questionable things. Do you think Mitch is not attempting to shoot mid-range jumpers, etc., because he doesn't want to hurt his field goal percentage? And I'll go right back to you, Guillermo. I never thought of it. It was like that would be the last thought I would ever have, but it's like, I've seen crazier stuff, man. Maybe there's something to it.
I think that now that's not a bad conspiracy theory, but I think that Mitchell Robinson is on a team where accountability, right? Where a coach is going to look at him like, no, you're not pulling off the dunk. Like, I think it's almost in a way where he knows what he did in the summer with the whole 3-point shooting was garbage. And he knows that he has a coach who's a no-nonsense coach. That since Mitch didn't work on the low posts and at least having a hook shot shooting around I guess the mid-range would count. I think that he's just so scared to make that mistake because he knows that he really didn't refine his game. I think that, he spent the summer with his friends, the YMCA, just shooting some BS. And I think that he's scared.
How about with his baby?
With his baby? Huh?
He had a baby this summer. Why didn't he spend his time with his baby?
Maybe that too, but again, he still had time to work out.
The negative vibe you can put out there to what the truth is.
Did you even get what I was talking about, bro?
I get what you were talking about, but you don't like him anyway, so I thought I'd throw that in there.
This is Rob. Let me correct Rob before he spews garbage. What I'm saying is that the guy, again, he had the baby. Good enough for him. He also had time working on his game, and he filmed working on his game. What I'm saying is that he probably realized, oh, crap, I was working on a part of my game that I knew that I'm not going to be pulling or I'm not going to be doing. So now if I go on shoot, I don't want to take the team out of rhythm or do something stupid. I don't know what this has to do with his kid, but let Rob explain his point. Because again, this is Rob for you. He comes at me about negativity, and I'm literally, first of all, Steven posed a question that the guy is not shooting a way crazier conspiracy theory than mine. And yeah, he doesn't come at Steven, but he comes at me. But let Rob explain.
I was going to get to him when I got my turn.
He doesn't want to mess with the old Fox because the Fox.
Yeah, you didn't finish.
He came back to you. See, y'all like to take negativity, Steven. Look, whatever they was talking about this morning for a 22-year-old player that didn't go to college. I know y'all want him to be everywhere and do things like by the book, the way that y'all like to see him, the way that you like to see it fundamentally done. But this guy didn't have that from the start. He's on his athleticism right now. As his career goes on, he's going to pick up the experience to know how to move on the court. That's what I'm basing this on. But people always come in at Mitch sideways. They always, what he doing his off time, when he had the microphone for, he was on the microphone. Oh, he too much into the microphone. Tibbs said himself. This is what Tibbs said. he does great things. It's more things that he has to learn, but I like him. We can't go with that. We got to go from because he was shooting jump shots in the summer on his own time. Mind you, RJ bought a trainer and was taking shots and still look like crap now.
But he's
taking
You're
shots.
telling me,
He's
but
trying,
He's taking
we
shots.
don't know.
He's working
But look,
on the
RJ didn't put everything on camera. We don't know what this man is doing off of camera to assume that he's not doing it.
Yeah, but Mitch did. That's the whole point.
No,
Mitch did.
put us,
He's
that
doing
was
it.
a video. Yeah, we all watched the video, but we don't know what was off the video.
Well, he sent the video out. He's done it for 3 years straight.
Yeah.
Hey,
Showing him all that stuff in the basketball court.
Mitch was showing off those 7-foot handles. The highest handles the Lord ever made.
Hey, look, is Mitch immature at the time right now? Is he getting better? Yes. I think that people are asking too much for Mitch right now. Jordan was the same way when he came into the league. The one who's
Wait a minute. I thought you just said Mitch and Jordan in the same sentence. I got confused for a second.
Yeah, I said Mitch and Jordan in the same sentence. Going this way. When Jordan first came into the league, he and JaVale McGee, they was just like Mitch. Couldn't move around.
And Jordan in his first league put up 28.2 points a game.
I think he's got the moon rocks in that cigar tonight, man.
Look, in his first couple of seasons, they was the same way. JaVale McGee
Jordan is giving 28.
Is this right or wrong? Was JaVale McGee the poster child for Shaq and the Fool?
Yes.
Okay, and it was all about his movements and how he moved on the court.
But doesn't McGee have 3 rings?
Now he's better. Now he's better. 8-9 years down the line, he's better.
And JaVale, hold up. First of all, to compare him to Jordan
you can compare anybody in the league to the position.
Yes, the position. Jordan was giving you 28 points a game.
But now he is.
No, Jordan.
Beginning.
Bro, I'm looking 1984 to 85. Jordan averaged 28.2 points a game. What are you talking about?
Jordan. I'm talking about the center, the one that was teaching him.
Oh, DeAndre Jordan.
Oh.
Okay, please. Yeah.
Wait,
really? Yeah, right. DeAndre Jordan. You're saying Jordan. Really? There's only one Jordan.
Me and you say Jordan. There's only one Jordan.
Mitch connection. You thought about Mike. Really?
Because you said Jordan. Stephen Fox did too.
Jordan.
Yeah, there's only one Jordan. When you talk basketball, there's only one Jordan.
Yes, there's only one guy. We say Jordan.
We're talking centers. I'm sorry that I didn't explain that. I'm sorry I didn't explain that to you fellas.
Yeah. So
him and McGee was the same way. They got it together down the line. Why Mitch can't get the chance to get it together down the line?
No one's saying that Mitch can't get it together down the line. We're talking about right now. Again, you just take the question and you go on the tangent. We're talking about now.
I thought that Noel was going to take his spot. And so if Mitch is playing bad, imagine him.
Yeah, they're both not playing great.
No,
they're
playing playing better.
Marginally. Oh, right. Yeah, marginally.
Nah, man, Mitch is playing
we're still getting killed in the post. Good job, Mitch.
Mitch looks way better on the court than a lot of centers in the league right now, and he's playing bad.
Hey, McGee looked better than Mitch yesterday. McGee hits a 3. He's disruptive, blocking shots.
Shit, man. How many? Look, Mitchell was blocking shots too.
I know, but
Mitch was getting dominated by Andre Drummond again. When he finds
it, weight 280 pounds. Come on, son.
He got dominated by Sabonis too. He got dominated by Sabonis too.
By size. Look, and the Tabuco didn't dominate him. Lopez didn't dominate him.
Lopez not a down low force. Okay, Lopez isn't playing that role.
He's gonna win some matchups.
Again, the matchups that people are expecting so he can be a solid center is to play against
ride him the right way. You know what I'm saying? Don't be just like, because he was in the video shooting a 3. You don't know what that man was doing off the camera. You just making assumptions.
I'm not making assumptions. He's posted this 3 years in a row. This is what you talk about professionalism. You know what's funny that Rob didn't mention? The fact that he had those issues with Team USA. He didn't mention that. He don't mention the guy has.
He was I said he was immature.
You didn't mention that. You mentioned all the things. Oh, he had a kid. Well, okay. No, I don't know what the kid has to do with it, right? But you're still videotaping yourself shooting threes.
He was good enough to be invited. He was good enough to be invited.
Yes, it doesn't matter. Again, you're making my point. He's good enough to be invited, but to
not take advantage of the opportunity.
I'm taking his age. I'm putting his age, and as he get better. If he was doing this at 25, I'll have a different take.
Let's take a second, Freezy. We want to take advantage of Freezy while he's here.
Professionalism. He came late. The guys who've been Team USA probably younger than him, right? Who treat you Team USA like, yo, this is a holy grail of getting into the inner circle of guys that I may never play with, but if I can make good with these guys, maybe things might happen in the future. Mitchell Robinson botched that job. He came late. He was not responsible. You know what I'm talking about? We're going to say make excuses. Oh, no. You get into the NBA getting paid millions, you can at least go to Team USA and be there on time. Now, you're playing on that stuff that's different, but you didn't even go there on time. You were late.
That's on him.
Oh, he can learn it. You know how many players?
Put out the link so others can get into the chat and get them in from the back room, please. The link I have from yesterday is not working, so others want to get in. So Freezy, if you hear that, please help us out. So, hey, I'm going to go to Kevin. I just wanted to, Kevin, get ready. I'll kick it to you in a sec. But just talking to our family in the chat, saying hi to Quancho Cinco and Muhammad Thomas and Teddy Flat. I hear you, and we'll get to Kevin's perspective in a second. Alawai said when Mike Woodson went down to work out with Mitch this summer, there was no video of that. Do you think he was shooting threes with Woody? So basically, if Woody spent time with him, but we're still seeing him getting in early foul trouble, still seeing technique problems, who's that on? Is that on Woody or is that on Mitch?
No, everybody doesn't learn the same way. Eventually he's gonna get it. Okay, he doesn't have it now. He's 22, by 25, 26. If he's doing the same thing, then we can make a decision, say he's not gonna get it. Right now, I seen JaVale McGee go through it. I seen John Sally back in the day go through it. I've seen this from big linky centers being out-muscled. Okay, it's things he's got to learn. But he gets you 10 boards a game. He's not positioning himself right to be the best defender. Okay, I get that. But it's too early to make the call.
And we have a great contract with him, so let's ride it out.
Hold on. It's too early to make the call on Mitch, but you make the call on Randle being this so-called piece for the team. So I don't get it.
I said this about Randle. His contract and Mitch's contract dictates that we should keep him.
No. But what I'm saying is that but again, his contract relative to his play, right? If Randle
he's playing decent.
Overpaid.
So you have the problem. You have the problem with his play. I don't.
No, but
I think that it needs to get better.
Listen, so I get my point out. You're saying that again, the contract relative to his play is cheap because he's playing at a high level and he's cheap for $18 million. But you can postulate and say, okay, that's good, right? But Mitchell Robinson's too early to tell. But for Randle,
he's 26.
Randle has played 4 games at this level. It's okay to say
$18 million in the NBA. $18 million contract in the NBA right now is not more money. Look, they just gave this man $30 million, Guillermo. This is not no money. We got a deal.
It's not about the money. Forget the money. What I'm saying is that you're saying that with Mitch, it's too early to tell with Mitch. 3 years or 2.5, whatever how many years it's been, 2 and some change with the 4 games, right? But with Randle, who's played 4 games at this high level, the value that we're getting for his contract is money, and we don't need to trade him. Like, you're not being consistent. Is it that it's too early?
No. You're talking about 2 different things. You're talking about apples and oranges. What I said about him, what I said about Randle, it doesn't just go for the game. Randle was getting you 19 and 10 last year.
And it's not the same number.
$18 million. Look, the contract is a steal for the production. That's all I'm saying.
4 games.
He played for, I don't feel as though he robbed the Knicks last year on this play. He didn't rob the Knicks last year on this play.
He did to me.
And he got the same money. He's playing out. He's outplaying the contract this year. Last year, he didn't rob nobody.
Hey, let's get
There's
some other
players on that
feedback.
team that did rob people. He wasn't one of them.
Hey, Kev, do you think that potentially that is it innocent on Mitch's part that he's just uncomfortable to shoot, and Charles B or Chuck felt the same way, or do you think maybe that he's not doing it because he don't want to hurt his numbers?
Man,
I know it's conspiracy, but this is why tonight it's different. I love our freestyle nights. It's not so formal. We're just hanging out as guys and just with the chat and everything, and just let it rip.
I don't know. I mean, we all saw his summer videos of him. I've mentioned this several times. Him just in the gym playing with his friends at the YMCA. Now Woody did go down and work with him. I don't know how much they were really able to get in. It's different levels. Like when I played high school basketball, it was different from when I was in team practices and actual games and playing pickup at the park with my friends. We talked about Frank being afraid. Maybe Mitch is just afraid to shoot. Maybe he's uncomfortable with it on that level at this point in his career. We all talk about Knox and his confidence. Maybe Mitchell Robinson just isn't confident in his offense.
Is that on the coaching then? Not saying we don't care if it's an air ball, shoot the ball.
He was open last night.
Something is just
you can't hit it if you don't shoot it.
I mean, there's plenty of center. Like if you want to bring it, McGee doesn't shoot. Dwight Howard, as many years, Dwight Howard has said he's going to be working on his shooting the last 5 years. I still haven't seen Dwight Howard take a shot yet.
Yeah, but he was, for a guy that didn't shoot, he was an all NBA player. I'm
talking about in the later years, like in his last few years. I heard Dwight Howard like a year or so ago, like, oh yeah, I got to change it at the modern NBA. Huh?
He's so elite, even at this age. At the game he plays, he can get away with it, man. He's pushing people around still, as you saw the other night.
No, yeah, I agree, but it's still the fact, like, I've seen videos of Dwight Howard shooting, and again, he's not taking not one shot. Oh God.
Hey, my guys, I was hoping you guys got in. Yo.
I wasn't hoping to see Chuck for the third time today.
Yo, Chuck. I never get tired. Teddy, 1 second. Hello, Teddy. How are you, my friend?
Doing good. How y'all doing, man? Salute to the chat. Salute to. All right. I got stuff to say tonight.
Good. Chuck, as always, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Man, he had to sit up. And
there's no name there, but Zach.
Yeah.
I saw you on the other. I saw you in the other shows. Like your takes, man. Welcome. Nice to meet you finally.
Nice to meet you. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Well. So,
hey, Knox, I just want to say after Kevin finishes, it's my turn. Okay, just want to remind you.
Oh, what the hell?
No, man. Like I said, freestyle night. It's not formal like that. We're just hanging as family.
You don't have to do that, God. You don't have to do that. When you just find your space and go, you don't have to.
I want to be.
I'll help you out. People will tune you out when you do that. It's very annoying. So just take your space and go, bro. You don't have to remind us that you're next in queue. You know what I mean? And Stephen Fox has done a great job of getting to you. He's gonna get to you, man.
All right.
Muchas gracias.
But yeah, I don't think that he's looking at his field goal numbers. It's just more or less him just not being comfortable and him doing what's asked of him in the role of the offense.
Yeah. So, Ralph, before you jump off Madison Square Garden, what's your thoughts?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. In terms of Mitchell Robinson, great defense. I just want to tell Kevin, JaVale McGee in that Cavs game. I don't know if you remember, but if you JaVale McGee shot a 3 in that game. Just want to
with the shot clock running down.
Hey man, he knocked it down too, man. So long story short, I think there is some truth to that whole concept of him, protecting his field goal percentage. I hate to say I don't want to agree with that theory, but there's a lot of times I wish he just shot a mid-range, and he has refused to shoot the mid-range. And I guess in terms of a contract, it makes sense to have a high field goal percentage. I do. You know what? I was going to say I was getting really pissed about him not shooting a mid-range shot. But when Tibbs said, hey, listen, before you start shooting jump shots, you need to start knocking down free throws. So and he has sort of been improving. I think he's been knocking down some free throws. So I just want him to improve on his free throws, even before we start talking about these jump shots conversations. If he does what Tibbs says and improves his free throws, then we can start having a conversation. But right now, he's a 60% free throw shooter. I don't even know if I even want him to shoot a mid-range, not even if I want him to be shooting three. So it might make sense for both parties for him not to be shooting shots until he starts to become at least a 70% free throw shooter, and we can have that conversation. So that's the main reason to Rob, why I told Rob why I believe Nerlens Noel should start over Mitchell Robinson. It's about knocking down he could knock down free throws, and he's more disciplined on defense. But right now, Mitchell Robinson is proven to be just as disciplined, and he needs to improve on those free throw shooting, and we got ourselves a star in the making. So, thank you.
I just got to say, if you think that Mitchell Robinson is toothpick thin, then I don't know what you make. Dwight Howard was making Nerlens Noel look silly. Like, I literally saw Nerlens Noel bounce off Dwight Howard.
I know, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Teddy, like we said tonight, we'll do this, but any of you guys have thoughts, Coach Color Blocks, I told you I want that Lucha Libre mask with that that color block on there. So how you doing?
Good. It's funny. I jokingly made a bet with Gmo the day of the Bucks game, and I was like, Knicks will win. And then I was like, if they win, I'll show my face on camera. And lo and behold, they blew them out. So we'll get there.
Oh man.
Yeah. I guess in terms of Mitch, I don't know, man. The immaturity thing is a big problem. That Team USA stuff, like Gmo was saying, is such a huge problem. That's your ticket in. You could look at NBA superstars before and after Team USA, and they skyrocket. It took Steph to the next level. It took D Wade to the next level. It took James Harden to the next level. It took Devin Booker to the next level. And if you get invited, that's a huge deal. You can bump elbows with those guys and those coaches. And for someone to like opt out for no reason besides injury is a big red flag, especially since like Tibbs is on that staff. So I'm like, there's got to be some weird kind of relationship between the two. In terms of his development, people talking about free throws, 3-point, mid-range, hook shots. I just need him to stay on the court.
Ding.
Let's get 32 minutes a game, and then we'll go from there. Let me see him get 32 minutes a game for a whole season, and then we can say, okay, Mitch is here or Mitch isn't.
Yeah,
that's really it. I don't think there's much else to say about him.
Hey, Coach, did you think he didn't get in foul trouble the other night because he just let Drummond do what he wanted to do?
Yeah, and you know what? That's the scout. That's the scout for Drummond. Let him do what he has to do, because he shoots like 40% from the line.
Yeah,
so you may as well just let him like do what he's gonna do. I'm also not high on Drummond, so let Drummond get his little 15 and 15. He ain't gonna win the game. Yeah, that's really it.
Okay, Zach, we'll kick it to you, and we're going the other way, fellas. Thoughts on Mitch?
I mean, as far as the shooting threes goes, we also got to remember that anybody in the NBA going up against guys like all of us at a YMCA is going to look like the second coming of Michael Jordan. So you can't take what he does there and say, oh, he's just going to do all that in the NBA. It's not going to happen. He needs to focus on what he does great and then build off of that. And I just don't see it. I just don't see it being a benefit of the team of just having him out there and shooting. I mean, you got guys like Andre Robertson comes to mind. People just sit him in a corner and let him shoot. And OKC sometimes just let him shoot the ball. And how'd that work out? just because he's going to shoot the ball in the middle of a game doesn't mean they're going to start falling.
Right?
Sure.
I mean, I like Mitch a lot, but and also, I mean, Tibbs seems to be the type that if you show professionalism, and he said it himself, you work hard, it starts in practice. You show good habits, he's going to give you more looks. And I also think that he's progressing because before the season, we all thought he was going to be hard on Mitch. Maybe have him come off the bench for a while. And look, he's starting. So I don't know if that's a knock on Nerlens Noel or if that's.
I was about to say, is that more against Noel?
I don't know, but I'm just at least it's a good sign that he's at least getting minutes, a lot of starter minutes, and he's going to develop. I hope it works out.
Hey Zach, I just want to say real fast that we're not really talking about Mitch shooting threes. It's about Mitchell Robinson just entirely. So just like if you want to talk about him shooting threes, cool. But it was not really. It's about just like. What do you think about Mitchell Robinson is the question. I just want to put that in context.
Ralph, we're just going with a flow tonight, man.
Oh, okay.
I did say something in regards to him shooting threes.
Oh, okay.
Me, what I'd like to see is continue to be what he is, but also Thibodeau. I also heard Thibodeau say, and I agree with it. He wants to see him start with a post game, develop more of a post game, because I know it's more of an outside league that we live in, but you still need someone on your team that can get a bucket in the post. And pretty much the only person that we have is Randle and hopefully Obi that can do that. So I'd like to see him put some weight on, be more of a threat in the post, then knock down his free throws, become a better mid-range player, and then we'll see about the three. But I don't need that right on now.
And what the
I
coach
need to be
said,
better about fouling.
let him not get in 4 fouls.
Foul.
Thank you. That's the big one, that he can play a game not in third quarter.
Focus on what he does well, and that's part of defending. He's a great defender, but he's got to get better at what he does well.
Yep.
He has to become great and just go off of that.
We're kicking it to Chuck. How are you, Chuck?
I'm good. What's up, Steve?
Well, like I said, we're freestyling tonight, so you could touch on the conspiracy. You can touch on anything you like on Mitch.
Okay, all right. As for Legion, don't do it because Kevin's in my cross, so don't get hit with a stray. All right.
I'm sorry. What happened? I'm sorry. What?
I'm sorry. I'm not.
I think I have a very high batting average against you today.
Yeah.
Extraordinarily high. I'm here for the cycle.
Rob always tries to kill me. He killed you the other night.
All right. You're confused.
Okay, with a straight.
Yeah. Mitch.
I'm going for the cycle. I don't know what the strikes you talking about.
Oh, okay. Hold up. I'm about to put this to bed. Mitch, it's mental. You can't expect, but to do something you never done for the first time. All right. Say you never been to the range and I give you a gun and tell you to start shooting. You got to get comfortable with that gun before you pull a trigger because you never did it before. Mitch never shot jumper 18-footers in the NBA game before, so there's no comfort there. It's mental. Once he shoot one, he'll get over it. You know what I'm saying? You remember when you was like a virgin, right?
Married, I still am.
Right? Yeah, not too long ago. You know,
not too long ago.
Yeah.
I want to see where this is going.
I love hanging with you guys.
Right? And the girl was like, come on, take me, Steve. You was like, no, I can't do it. Right?
Hey, that was you at that window?
You had to, you know what I'm saying? You had to build up to it and get the confidence to do it before
it took me about 30 seconds.
No, that's how long you lasted, or it took you 30 seconds?
Not everybody got skills like you, my friend.
Okay, all right. But it's
I get your point, Chuck.
It's mental. It's a comfort. I was just trying to give you examples of, Teddy.
Man, I'm still stuck in this virginity. I
was about to put Madonna on for a minute.
Oh man, that guy's hilarious. Nah, I gotta go with Chuck and Coach. It's mental. He's immature still. You can see in his interviews when he even talks to the media. It's like, he's still. Someone put the other day, he's like a kid inside of a kid still. You know what I mean? Like it's straight mental. He's so immature. He still has a lot of growth. You gotta remember, he didn't play college ball. He's so stuck. He's so he's sheltered. You can tell he's very sheltered. He's still stuck in Louisiana, but in New York. That's crazy to the jump from that to New York, that media market, and you very reserved. I still think he's still transitioning in a funny way. This is his third year, but this is his first year starting. There's a lot of bumps in the road we're gonna see with Mitch. But what I will say is that we do need to see 32 minutes from him. We do need to see it. If we could see 32 minutes without him fouling out every single game, I'm actually happy with that. That's a start. He ain't, one thing I will say is he ain't it's just been 4 games, but he's not getting them crazy, ridiculous fouls that he was getting last year with just jumping too much. He's staying on his feet a lot more. I do want to say some positive things. He just needs to bulk up. He's so small. That's it. I mean, he has all the talent in the world. He's hitting his free throws too. I can't even really say nothing about his free throws this year. He's actually doing pretty good at his free throw line as well.
He has Anthony Davis shoulders now, but he's still got Angela Davis legs.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh man, that is hilarious. But you're right. Chuck hit it on the man. He hit it. It's all mental. It's between those ears, and you know what? He'll get it. And I think he's playing like his contract. He ain't really getting paid for real. You know what I mean? So we got to put that in perspective as well. I think he's still in his rookie contract. I take this as his 4-year college stint. After 4 years, we'll see who Mitch is.
Yeah. Hey, Chuck, I'm going to come back to you for half a second. Just your gut. Do you think that Mitch will get that maturity to turn it around, though? What's your gut telling you?
I don't place it on maturity. It's comfort.
All right, either one. Do you think that he'll ever reach that level in your, what's your gut telling you?
You know what could happen? It could be at the end of a quarter, and he has the ball with like 1 second left, and he have to heave it up. So if he come close on that Hail Mary, say it's like a 25-footer. You know what I'm saying? If he come close on that, in and out or something like that might give him the comfort to try it again.
I also want to say something else. What was that show that he was doing before Tibbs came in at Mitch's block party?
Yeah.
I actually thought he was opening up more when he was doing that.
But what was it a distraction?
No,
was he transferring from an introvert to an extrovert off the court, but is he doing what he needs to be doing on the court?
I mean, he was doing it after practice. It seemed like so. It wasn't exactly like he was.
You can have a life. Like I'm not saying Rob can't, but you can have a life to do those type of things. That's perfectly fine.
And I think it builds it brings
chemistry
together.
Camaraderie.
Yeah, camaraderie. That's the word I was looking for. It brings that, it brings them together when you do stuff like that, in my opinion.
Hey, look, we had Anna Cantor, right? He took all the shots and no defense. We ran him out of town. Now we got somebody that played defense and don't shoot. Now we want to run him out of town.
Well, hold up. His defense is not.
I think sooner or later, Mitch is going to be the combination of both. We just got to give him a little bit of time. That's it.
His defense is not good. Like, first of all, Mitch is not some shutdown defender. And me personally, I'm not telling for anybody else. I've said time and time again, I don't care about his scoring or shooting. I just want his defense to be good enough to where we can have him on a court for 30-some minutes a night. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, he averaged 9 and 7 or 8 point whatever and 7 last year off of 23 minutes. You give him 30-some minutes at the same production, those numbers are going up automatically. Just as a rim runner, a guy's going to clean up the basket. My issue is just defensively and his focus. To me, again, you can improve your defense a lot more. And again, we don't I'll give it to Rob's credit. We don't know, but again, you don't need to be showing anybody about your 3-pointers because again, professionalism, because people are looking at it like, okay, what were you doing? Coaches will look at it like, yo, what bro, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Your defense is still trash. Why are you filming yourself doing these type of things?
Well,
so with him,
people can't look at it like that. You look at it like that. When I seen it, I didn't. You know, people going to look at it. They're going to take from it what they're going to take from it, regardless to what he does.
And the
You know, he
coaches
could
on
have been down there, Guillermo, just like this here.
the coaches on
been
team
down there
that he messed up with is probably looking at it like, yeah, because he mentioned professionalism with certain, and again, that is probably looking worse in his eyes now.
Same coach that's starting him. That's the same coach that's starting him. So he's
Yeah,
saying
but
something.
Tom Thibodeau is a guy who does have machinations. He plays machinations on the team, right? Him starting him doesn't necessarily mean that, hey, you are my long-term guy. It's to say, we're going to expose you.
Long-term. We're talking at the moment. We're talking at the moment. This discussion is at the moment.
Okay. Let me explain my point. You talking about the moment. I'm talking about long-term. Tom Thibodeau is looking at, all right, is this a guy we want to build around, not build around, but have as a piece, at least at the center position for years to come? Do we need to plan on move away? Because again, Nerlens Wells is a 1 year, $5 million contract, right? That's probably going to come off whatever. But they're looking at him. He's depth, right? They're looking at Mitch Robinson, right? What do we have in Mitchell Robinson? Let's see what we have him now so we can make decisions a lot more earlier versus playing him, starting him, and then benching him, starting him and benching him, and not really seeing what we really have. So all the starting may not be as flowery as we think it is. It could be to expose him and to expedite the process to replace him if that's the case.
I hope
not. That's a valid point.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rob. Keep
Let
going.
me say this right quick. That's a valid point. But you know what? They always say this in the NBA. All of that stuff is going to take care of itself because one day his contract is going to be up and we're going to see exactly what the Knicks are going to do. So we as fans doesn't even need to worry about that.
Yep. Hey, let me just say a shout out to the family in the chat. We're going to come back to you, Coach Colorblocks, and everyone's favorite subject in a second, Frank. So just wanted a quick shout out, New York guy, Finn, Thick, Sirhan the man, one of the coolest guys we know. Thank you for your support. Manchild, Kaiser Soze, the new Knicks, man, very talented guy. His logo's just great guy, great mod, along with Sima Singh and Bodega Wi-Fi. We appreciate everything you do. L. Marshall, Wacko Knicks fanatic, Jason, brother BKL, thank you for the kind words and always enjoy corresponding with you. Marty, Raphael Burgess. Again, we're at 69 likes, 151 people in there. So do me a favor, please, for our boy Freezy, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and hit those reminder bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. And thanks again. We're past the 1,100 number, 1,500. Here we come. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. So let's just change things up for a little while. And we heard today that Frank will miss tomorrow's game with the Raptors due to a sprained knee that he sustained during the Cavs game. And as you know, he just came back from a sore Achilles injury, which made him sit out. So let's just real quick take a look at his history since he entered the league. So when he first entered the league, sore ankle. This is his injury list, career injury list. Sore ankle, sprained left ankle, sore right ankle, illness, right ankle, left ankle sprain, sore groin, neck, left abdomen, groin, quad, groin, back, illness, groin, ankle, Achilles, and now knee sprain. So that is, this is his fourth year now coming up. So those were the last two were his injuries, his new ones, but that's a long list. So this has come to you, Coach Colorblocks. Is Frank too frail and injury prone to think of him as a foundational piece for our team? And should we trade him or just let him walk at the end of the season since we didn't extend that contract? So what's your thoughts?
I mean, injury is a part of it. I just don't think he's that good to be considered a foundational piece for this team. There's so much to talk about Frank.
No, go. That's why we're hanging tonight, man. Let it rip.
So, like, the first issue with Frank was that he got a raw deal. He got that 8th pick where he was nowhere near to be ready for the 8th pick in the draft. He got thrown into this Phil Jackson weird team, running the triangle, half running the triangle, really bad roster. And then on top of that, we didn't really give him a position. He was a combo guard in France. Wanted him to run lead guard, but he doesn't have the lead guard skills. Then the injuries. Then the fact that he had adjustments coming from Europe to America. So I'll give him that. But with all that said, it's been 3 full NBA seasons, and I just don't see it. Like, after 3 full NBA seasons, I don't even know what this kid's position is on the court. I don't know where you play him. He doesn't have that many discernible offensive NBA skills. He's a weak handle, solid passer, doesn't drive to the cup. He's not a great shooter. He's a good defender. I don't know. You can't even put him like as a Bruce Bowen kind of guy because he doesn't hit threes at a respectable clip. He also, again, has a weak handle.
Man, was that illustrated in the last game or what?
Yeah, he's got a really weak handle.
Especially
so
man.
Yeah, so you can't even put him as like a secondary ball handler kind of guy. He doesn't cut to the hoop. He's not very athletic. I think that's fair to say. He's long. He's got the length with the reach and all that, and he's got the size, but he's not exceptionally fast. He can't really get up there. He's not crashing at the rim, so you can't even use him like a Tony Allen guy. Like Tony Allen couldn't dribble or pass, but he was athletic and he defended. So he did like baseline cuts to the hoop or run the fast break.
And with ferocity.
With veracity, right? He was crazy. He's like a crazy guy. I don't see any of that in Frank. And I wanted to bring this up in Gmo's podcast earlier, but like a pick like Frank, I just gave you the reasons that he should get the benefit of the doubt at some points. But we struck out on that pick, and striking out on a top 10 pick sets franchises back years. And I still think we're just being really nice to the kid, but in reality, it hurt us. The Frank pick has hurt us for the past 3 or 4 seasons. We don't even have a clear future for him. We didn't offer him a new contract. This has got to be one of the worst Knicks picks in a while. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like to have to deal with a season of Alexei Shved, and for my reward to be Frank, is like really rough as a fan. I'm just being honest. Like,
no, I think it's poetry. What you're saying, it really is. You're right. You're right on target, man.
Yeah, we just he has nothing to show for it, and I don't know. I can't even say like, oh, put him in a different system. I don't know, man. He either heads back to France and does his thing over there, or he figures out how to be a corner 3 guy and has like a marginal NBA career. Yeah, I don't know. And also, like, to that fact, we took Knox like the year after, and we're still having a lot of questions about Knox. So that's like 2 swings and a miss on back-to-back top 10 picks. Yeah, I mean, you can't
So you saying Knox is a miss?
I said no. I think Knox is like a single if we want to keep using the baseball analogy, right? I think he's solid. I see potential there. He's got the size. He's got the pedigree for being a Kentucky Wildcat, but it's like top 10 picks. The Knicks are so used to not having talent that we think it's okay. We've normalized whiffing on top 10 picks. Top 10 picks should not be whiffs. They shouldn't. Ideally, you hit a home run, but we need to be hitting singles and doubles with these players. If not, we're gonna be another Detroit Pistons, Sacramento Kings, Cleveland Cavaliers without LeBron, Charlotte Hornets, these teams that are perpetually rebuilding for the past 15 years, right? They have so many top 10 picks. They've whiffed on all of them. They've overreached on so many of them. They haven't developed in the right way, and they're just stuck in this purgatory of drafting top 10 and not doing anything with it. And I'm not saying we're there. We have a lot of other problems, but the precedent of Frank and Knox in back-to-back drafts is so whack. Like I said, I think there's a lot to salvage with Knox, but I brought it up in Gmo's chat. He has about 145 NBA games, Kevin Knox, and he hasn't crossed the 1,500 point threshold. Now, if we drafted him, he's not a 3-and-D guy. He was never a defender in college. We didn't draft him to be a defender. He can't dribble. He can't rebound. His handle's weak. He's not a rebounder for being 6'11". He's not a secondary ball handler. He's not a post guy, so he's a scorer. We drafted him to be a scorer. He hasn't even cracked the 1,500 point mark in 2.5 full NBA seasons. Like that's a point of alarm. Like that's a point of contention. I mean, how you draft a slashing wing who hasn't cracked 1,500 points in 2.5 full seasons of the NBA?
Well, don't you think that management has something to do with that?
There's only one person we got to go to, and Latrell, my brother, I'm listening to you.
I just want to say something because that is the most absurd thing. There are 60 players drafted the year Kevin Knox was
drafted. I would have to agree.
And out of those 60, 6 of them have over 1,500 points. 6. So that means that there's 54 people who were bust 3 years ago, since there's only 6 of them have over 1,500 points.
Where were they drafted? Though? But where were they drafted?
It doesn't matter. 54.
It does matter. No, it does matter.
54 players.
It does
out of
matter.
60 don't have 1,500 points.
It does matter. 54. We're not talking about positions either. He's a swing man who can't score.
Okay, so
he's a slasher who can't score. So what does he do? What does he do?
Hold on.
If you look at Kevin Knox, what does he do on the court? He's not a defender. He doesn't board up. He's not a secondary playmaker for being 6'11". He's not a D guy. So what does he actually do?
There's a lot of people.
I need to ask you that. What is he actually do?
Your argument was he doesn't have 1,500 points.
Kevin, in case you don't know.
So what was that?
Answer Coach Colorblocks. What does he do?
What does he do? Okay. What do you want Knox to do?
No, we didn't ask that question. You've seen him for a couple of years now. You know his skill set. What does Kevin bring to the court?
What are his 3 discernible NBA skills?
Kevin Knox can do everything on a basketball court. There's nothing Kevin Knox can't do on a basketball court.
What are his 3 discernible NBA skills?
What do you mean? That what can't Kevin Knox do?
I told you he can't rebound.
He can't rebound. He can't defend. He has defended. His defensive metrics this season, on 4 games, say that he can defend.
I'm not talking about the season. I'm not talking about these 4 games. I'm talking about 2.5 full seasons we have of data and film.
Okay, so that's
coaching in that. You just can't say that because you say
that's complete BS right there. If you're gonna sit here and say last year any of these guys had coaching or anyone put these players in positions to be successful. So if you're gonna use last year as an outliner, then that you have no argument. You have no basis for anything. Do not sit here and say last year that David Fizdale or Mike Miller put any of these young players or any of these veterans, for example, in a position to succeed. They was like they're playing pickup basketball in the NBA last year. No, we're not talking about any other players. We're talking about players that was on the New York Knicks last year.
Okay, yes.
Hold on.
Kevin spews this all the time. Is Kevin Knox talented or he needs coaching? What is it?
How come he can't be a talented player who needs coaching? He's 20 years old.
Okay, the whole point is that if you're talented,
why do you think everybody's going to come into the league like LeBron James?
I'm not saying that.
That's what you want him to be. You want Kevin Knox to be LeBron James, obviously. You want Kevin Knox to come in here and just average 20 points out the gate.
I want him to average 10 points.
Average 20 points. All right.
He has averaged 10 points, has he not?
His rookie season, then he went down to 6.
Yes.
Why on a 6?
You got to put context in that.
Why did he do that?
Yeah, you got to put context in that.
What
context? He did that on his own. Don't sit here and do that. That is ridiculous. If you're going to sit here and say that when you know he averaged 12 points his rookie season, with basically is out of pure talent alone. And then all of a sudden, the coaches put him in a position to fail. His coaches failed him last year.
How?
Wait,
hold on, Jim. All right, you bring up Fizdale. That's fine. He was a disaster. But if Knox cannot find minutes against that NBA roster, that is 100% on him. If Frank cannot beat out Jarrett Jack for a starting point guard spot, that is 100% on him. Do you understand that? There were swingman minutes to be had last year, and Knox couldn't find them.
That is not true at all. We all know Mike Miller was coaching for his job last year. We all know Mike Miller was coaching to be on somebody else's staff last year. He wasn't about to play them kids big minutes. Don't say you obviously did not watch a single game last year.
But
I watched those games last year. They were awful. I had to watch Marcus Morris try to become Carmelo Anthony.
You guys just said that
Mike Miller had his intention on putting Kevin Knox in the best position last year. That's what you're saying.
When Mills got in that press conference and he said that this was a playoff team, that knocked Knox out the box before the season even started.
That is the most ridiculous.
But I thought
name another rookie.
You just told me that you said it was a playoff team, so that killed Knox right there. You just also told me that Knox averaged 13 points.
Morris had all the minutes. Everybody they signed as a free agent, they gave the minutes to. And Fizdale was under the gun too. It wasn't all just Fizdale's fault. That was more of the front office fault when they hired all of them.
Hey,
You
fellas,
had-
let me.
Why isn't he
Fellas,
getting
hold on a
past
second.
You had a
Fellas,
productive,
one second.
a
One
productive rookie that you
Hey, Rob,
had to make.
So why
Rob,
draft him?
one
So
second.
why draft him?
One second.
Now, why pick
Hold
up
on,
those
hold on,
guys?
hold on.
Hold on, guys.
Hold on. 1 second. First of all, quick shout out, Kaiser Sose. Appreciate your super chat. We'll answer this question in a little while. Was Pascal Siakam? I always have a problem with that name. A bust in year 3. So
No, sorry. I want to answer that because that always gets brought up.
Yeah.
Always. They always bring up Siakam. That's everyone's go-to example. Siakam. Siakam was his conference's player of the year. He had a precedent in college for scoring 20 a game. When he got to the NBA, so you already know the scoring talent there. When he got to the NBA, he had trouble transitioning. But his trajectory was always pointing up. And then year 3, it clicked.
Okay,
Hold on. Knox is going the opposite way. He was not. I'm saying facts. He was not productive in college. He was not. He was like a 15, 16 point a game scorer. Siakam was a 20+ point a game scorer. When he came to the NBA.
I want to talk, man. Hold on, guys. I want to talk.
No.
Let him finish.
Ralph, hold on.
I'm answering your question. Knox's trajectory has fallen backwards. You don't go from
but
13
you're not
points.
checking nothing about the coaching in the front office. You blaming it all on the player for no reason.
How
you don't have
Hey,
no
let
reason.
me play devil's advocate here. Hey, Rob, and hoping Kevin comes back once he smokes a blunt or something to calm down.
Hold on, man.
Can Kevin make his own shot?
Yes, he can.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that footage.
Hey, look, this is one thing about Kevin.
You guys blame stuff on Twitter. Why isn't he getting passes from his teammates now? When you
Kevin is a shooter. We all know he's a shooter. Kevin,
catch and shoot shooter, not a guy who can put the ball on the.
A shooter, bro. A shooter.
Kevin's skill set is shooting. Okay, when you take the coaching that you got,
he ain't no shooter, man. Ain't nobody yelling shooter when he's on the court. Ain't nobody yelling shooter when Knox is on the court.
You take Siakam and you throw Siakam out there who played 4 years in college on versus 1 for Kevin Knox. And then he's a 20-point scorer. We can say on definition of going up that Knox would have been scoring 20 points a game easy his second year. So you can't make that analogy and just say that.
Hey,
How does he go from being talented? How does he go from being talented to getting his production and minutes cut in half?
Because of the front.
Without injury.
If you want to look at it, I'll answer your question.
They drafted him.
No, listen. You want the question answered? I'll answer it.
I want to answer it, man.
Because Steve Mills hired all those power forwards. He said to the New York media that this is a playoff team, and that put everybody in jeopardy because he gave all the minutes from the front office down to the coach, play these players, and that put Knox on the outside looking in.
You just told me he was talented.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I just want to say something. I've been waiting long. The reason we drafted Kevin,
an appetizer line, man, where you get a ticket, you know.
Listen. The reason, hold on, Coach. The reason we drafted Kevin Knox was because John Calipari told us, "Hey, listen, you drafting a player 2 or 3 years, you have to wait. You have to be patient with Kevin Knox." Do you remember that part? Do you remember that interview, Coach?
You asking me? Yeah, of course. He's
so the reason we drafted him was because John Calipari told, I believe, the coach told the Knicks, listen, you're drafting him 2 or 3 years young. You be patient with him. So the Knicks were being patient with him, and that's why they drafted him, and that's why possibly they did this whole Marcus Morris situation. Why? Because they are being patient with his developing, while at the same time.
Yeah, but you're patient with somebody who's rebounding at the same time. Their shot will come along. He hasn't shown any other discernible things. He'll have a good game, he'll shoot, and then back to Knox 3 games, 4 games.
But now we got a top 5 coach where we can develop him to be the player who they expected him to be after 2 or 3 years, like John Calipari says. Because when John Calipari tells you, listen, you have to be patient, you have to wait 2 or 3 years, and on the 3rd year, on his third year, you finally get a top 5 coach in this league, and you have arguably a top 5 coaching system in this league, then they're expecting him to get better in this year. So that's why people like Kev and other people are saying, listen, we're expecting 1,500 points from him this season. A lot of people are expecting big numbers from him.
Hold on, God, why isn't he getting passes from his own teammates now? If he's so good, hold up. And another point, hold up, real quick on the Fizzo thing. Now, Fizzo and Mike Miller suck, right? But it says a lot that, and I'm not killing Kevin Knox, but we're rating him a little bit way too high, right? If you're that good of a player, because he played on the Fizdale, right? If he's that good of a player, why did he have to take a backseat to Marcus Morris, who, if no one got better under Mike, Marcus Morris's stat popped under him.
Listen,
right?
That wasn't.
This is what. Hold on.
You guys are throwing it all over the place. We are being patient with the development of Kevin Knox.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask everyone a question. I want everyone to think very deep in their mind and name one rookie to sophomore player that had the accolades that Kevin Knox had in his rookie season, who the next season, who nobody ever done, because going into that season, there wasn't any knock on Kevin Knox. So name one other rookie going into his next season who had his production and minutes cut as drastically as Kevin Knox. I'll wait.
For no reason.
Name one.
That's the problem, Kev. That only happens when someone gets injured. He didn't get injured. That means something.
So hold on. So going into the season, I can see if Knox got benched during the season, but going into the season, what was the issue?
Clearly something, because it's happened.
Clearly something, right?
Yes.
Clearly something. You don't know what it is. So let me just say, clearly something happened.
Was Kevin Knox the same player in the second year of the summer league that he was in the first year?
No, he regressed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ding, 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 ding.
What are all these accolades?
He did not regress in the summer league.
His best ball was in summer league.
He did not regress in the summer league. That's a lie.
Kevin Knox was the best player on the Knicks in the summer league his second year.
What are all these accolades you're talking about Kevin Knox had?
Didn't even have to play the second year.
Hey, hold on.
What accolades you're talking about as a rookie?
Zach, take it, my friend.
What accolades are you talking about Kevin Knox won as a rookie? Did he win Rookie of the Year?
No.
Rookie of the month. Whoop-de-doo.
So he averaged 13 points.
Did he win Sophomore of the month?
I don't think they had to. Did RJ do it? Did Frank do it?
No, but you get accolades like
Did any player under 4 years of the Knicks do that other than Kevin Knox?
No, because we drafted Rookie of the month.
Kevin,
what is that?
Yeah.
Okay, what have you done for me lately?
Did RJ do it? Did RJ do it? Did
RJ
do it?
40% from the field. Did Kevin Knox shoot over 40% from the field his rookie year? Did he even shoot 40%?
40, not over 40. He shot 40.
Did Kevin Knox?
Year?
What? Are you talking about RJ or not?
Did Kevin Knox shoot 40% from the field his rookie year?
Shot 37.
No. Okay, that's horrible. You're saying about RJ?
So are you trying to say that RJ? So Kevin Knox is the only one who shot 37% or lower?
No, but you were saying everybody was saying earlier clowning RJ's efficiency, and you're trying to say Knox was something special. He's not efficient at all.
But RJ's special, right? RJ's special.
RJ can do other things than shoot.
RJ can do other things. He's not special, but he's a lot more valuable.
Name one thing RJ Barrett has done that Kevin Knox has not done.
Rebounding and facilitating. He's averaging 3 rebounds.
Not get the ball ripped out of his hands.
Kevin Knox averaged the same amount of rebounds his rookie season that RJ Barrett did. So name one thing that RJ Barrett has done differently than what Kevin Knox did.
And he's averaging 7 rebounds now.
One thing that RJ Barrett has done differently than what Kevin Knox did.
RJ Barrett didn't look like a
rebounds now at all. So you guys say, RJ Barrett has a better mentality. He has a better mentality than Kevin Knox. That's the only thing you
let people answer you. Kevin, let people answer you.
He has a better mental than Kevin Knox.
Evan, people will answer you if you let them. You're not letting anyone answer you. You're not letting anybody answer you. You just asked what
Listen,
RJ Barrett.
Because you have no answer because
and rebounding.
already there. We already know what the answer is. Nothing.
Listen.
So why are you asking the question?
Nothing.
Listen.
Kevin Knox had 5 rebounds this year.
Hey, take it, Zach. Let Zach take it.
RJ Barrett, when he goes for a rebound, doesn't get the ball ripped out of his hand like he's a 2-year-old girl.
That's a play. One play.
I'm pretty sure
It don't matter.
Y'all want to harp on these one plays. Let's talk about the rest of that game. You want to go back to the rest of that game and see if Kevin Knox schools Zion Williamson the rest of that game? You don't want to mention that. You don't want to mention that, do you? No.
How
you
about
mention
you
that
mention
one
that
play.
none of his teammates want to pass to
He
him?
did, right?
You just complained about none of his teammates wanting to pass to him. Forget us. His teammates don't want to pass him. Why? Why?
He's not what they
Who,
thought
Albert
they were.
Payton?
He was when they
Albert
drafted
Payton
him.
Why do his teammates want to pass to him?
Albert Payton only passes to one player anyway. So let's
No.
not talk about
It's
Albert
not
Payton.
just Albert Payton. No, except for Julius Randle, no one else is passing to him.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen,
Hey,
So
founder,
hold on.
Hey, hold on.
Consistent shots knowing he can't
Not
shoot.
to
They
shoot
give it to a wide
45%
open player.
from the
You're
field.
right. You're right. Let
My
RJ
5-year-old son watches Pidcast on TV and says you
How about
bum.
that?
At least 20
45%
times.
from
Let
three.
RJ keep shooting those dumb
He's a
straight.
bum.
But you know that he's going to miss as soon as the ball comes out of his hand instead of pass to a wide open player. That's
Well,
right.
RJ
That's winning
Hold
basketball
on, guys.
right
Hold on. Steven Fox is playing this.
Yeah. Hey, Fox, hold on. Freezy, my man.
Hey, what's good?
This is fun.
We haven't fired tonight, my friend.
Yeah, I heard. Hey, what's up, everybody?
What up?
What up, Freezy?
Ain't nothing, man. I miss y'all, man. Yo, y'all was getting lit just now. That was crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And Knox wasn't the topic.
I know, it was Frank.
Because Frank's a non-topic. We got over that one. Ain't nothing to talk about there. Ain't nothing to talk about there. Ain't nothing to talk about there.
But coach, again, you know, the whole Kevin Knox situation, had to do with John Calipari. It hadn't, you know, I know you want to hold the Knicks accountable with drafting Kevin Knox, but a lot of it had to do with John Calipari and telling the Knicks to be patient.
But here's the thing. Everyone's telling me we drafted Kevin Knox because he was a long-term project. Okay, that's fine. You know what you don't do with long-term projects? Cut their minutes in half in their second year.
Well, that's why
unless they're Kevin Knox.
Unless they're Kevin Knox.
That's why management got fired. They all gone.
Because they drafted Kevin Knox.
They drafted him.
No, they gone because
they drafted Mario Hezonja.
They mishandled their rookies. That's why they got fired.
But when does accountability of the player take in? You know,
never. We baby them. We baby them, Steven.
I know. So him not being able to make a shot, him not able to go to left, him not being posted up, him not getting 5 or 6 rebounds a game.
Did Millenberry shoot the shots?
The third year.
Did they shoot the shots for him?
He's held accountable. He's shooting 45% from 3, 44% from the field with limited minutes. So he's heading up. He's heading up. Give him more touches, the numbers are going to go up.
I'll say this is why this is ridiculous, because people want to harp all the time, all the bad to bring somebody down.
The eyes don't lie.
Hold on. So we have a coach in Tom Thibodeau who is giving accountability, holding these players accountable. And he keeps saying that Kevin Knox now, under his tutelage, under Kenny Payne and Johnny Bryant and Mike and Woody, is saying, you know what? Kevin Knox is doing everything that we have asked him to do. Kevin Knox looks good. Nobody on this panel can say, even though the scoring numbers aren't where we want them to be, but no one can say that Kevin Knox is bad. No one can
rebound in 15 minutes.
Nobody can sit here and say Kevin Knox has played bad under Tom Thibodeau.
That's true. You got a point there, and I can't question his motor right now. You got a point there, Kev.
You can say all you want about last year. I want somebody to sit here and say Kevin Knox has played bad under Tom Thibodeau.
And John Calipari said, "Wait 2 or 3 years." I mean, that's.
Kevin, are you drafting Kevin Knox, Kevin?
With the 8th
Say
pick?
you drafting
Yeah.
Kevin Knox?
Yes.
I think it's too. That's a premature answer question.
No. Ralph. Don't talk for me. Kevin, are you drafting? You're drafting over Macau. You're drafting him over all the guys that win that draft. You're drafting over Macau Bridges. You drafting over
3 years ago.
Over SBA.
3 years ago.
When we need a point guard, you drafting over all those guys.
3 years ago, we needed a wing. We brought in Miles, Macau, and Kevin. We put them in a workout. We said, Kevin Knox, if you want to be a Knick, beat them. Kevin Knox did. That's why Kevin Knox is wearing a New York Knicks jersey.
Bro, if that's your way of drafting, you know how many guys have failed from the combine? You're a Jets fan. We had Vernon Golson who killed his combine, and he couldn't get one sack in his career. If you're not doing proper scouting in the player, and you're convinced by a one-on-one play in the combine, you didn't do it.
Workouts. This isn't like a compound. This is individual workouts. Kevin Knox did enough to impress. Kevin Knox did enough to impress him being the number 9 pick.
Hey, let's wait a second. Let's get Chuck in here, man. Hey, Chuck, what's your thoughts on this, man?
Oh, Knox is terrible.
Hey,
thank you.
I think Steven did that on purpose because he knew that Chuck was.
No, I didn't know.
Literally, he was doing that on purpose because we all know how Chuck is. Anybody else? We already knew what the answer was going to be.
We got Chuck the Truth B, man.
Actually, I agree with Kevin.
Everybody, I tell the truth about everybody.
That ain't the truth.
Not DSJ.
So let Chuck talk.
So Chuck, if he averages,
Ralph.
I got a question. So Chuck, if he averages 14 or 15 for the season, he's a bust.
I didn't say he was a bust. I said he had 1 foot in the bus door, in the bus.
But so what if he averages 13, 14? What if he averages 13 or 14 this season? What does that make him?
On what, 38% shooting? You
whatever
field goal percentage too. You got to give me the field goal percentage. 14 or 37% is not.
He's shooting 45 right now.
Hold on, Rob.
I'm
talking for the season. I'm talking for.
But why are you going? Hold on. My thing.
I can't talk,
this
man.
This is what kills me. This is what kills me. Kevin Knox, like any of these other people, has spent 9 months working on his craft. Kevin Knox has put in the work to become a better player. Tom Thibodeau called Kevin Knox and said, Kevin, this is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to work on. And Kevin Knox has put in the work that his coaching staff wanted him to do. So you're going to sit here and you're going to talk about the Kevin Knox that was under David Fizdale and Mike Miller and not the Kevin Knox that's under Tom Thibodeau and all the work that Kevin Knox has done to put himself in a position to be a better basketball player.
Hold on.
That doesn't matter to you. That doesn't matter to Chuck because all Chuck cares about is 2019, 2020 Kevin. That's the only Kevin Knox that Chuck sees in his tunnel vision.
All right, this Kevin is averaging 6 points. You want me to be?
How many shots a game? I put money on this one. Hold on. I put money on this one.
How many shots did he take a game? Look that stat up.
Hold on. That's the whole point. No one's passing to him. They don't want to pass to him. That's the whole point.
How do you know they don't want to pass to him? That mean they don't want to because you want to make it seem like you in the locker room, like you know what he's doing. Like you in the West, you know the next fight. They huddle up like I guess that's what you think. All these fast things. Then how about
that?
They're not passing to him. Then it doesn't matter.
They're not passing to him. Like it's a grassy known area. Like why they're not passing?
No, but Kevin, you complain about it. Kevin,
I'm gonna give everybody a timeout here, man, because we getting mad at each other, man, and it sounds terrible coming through for the audience and stuff. And I'm not saying y'all points are not valid. I'm just saying that we need to be more respectful of everybody else's points and to the listeners and stuff. I'm just gonna ask everybody to just do it like one at a time and make sure y'all respect the point guard, even when he try to come in and moderate. Because what it is everybody's making good points, but as a listener, I can't really enjoy what it is that y'all are saying because we stomping all over each other. So if we can respectfully just, you know what I'm saying, do one at a time, it'll be a super dope experience. Because what y'all saying is fire. The only thing though is when we do it all over each other, man, it ain't really that dope. But I respect all y'all points, and what y'all saying is dope. I'm just gonna ask that y'all respect Steven, respect Foxy, and let them moderate, and just do them one at a time, and don't pull a God of Moses and Elijah and say, hey, I just want to say something right here. Just let everybody get their thing in.
Yo, it's not easy. It's not easy, Freezy.
It's easy when you let Foxy moderate.
It's not easy, Freezy.
Yeah, it's easy when you let Foxy get in and be a point guard, man. We got plenty of time, man. We're not in a rush. That's the thing. That's the thing. I think sometimes we forget that we're not in a rush to get anywhere. You know, I'll stay on this thing as long as y'all want to. It's just make sure that in the moment, man, y'all just respect each other's time to talk. And then, and like with Chuck B say, don't be long-winded. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have anything to say, just be patient. Like we do sometimes. So Foxy, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Freeze. We're gonna go to my boy Teddy. Teddy, we started off talking about Frankie, the French Prince.
I never got my Frank.
Hey, I'm sorry, man. Let's just pass the ball to my guy Chuck. He's always respectful. He does it quick.
Okay. Exactly. Okay. What happened with Frank? And I know Kev going to say something. He tried to do what fast people do, and he got hurt. He ran a semi-fast break, and that was it. That was it. He pulled everything in his leg. Now, if you look at his injury history, like Steven was reading out, everything was leg, right? Everything was connected to the leg. That means he shouldn't be trying to do fast people things. That's why he gets hurt.
He ran. He literally.
And he shouldn't do that. Like, all right, Kev, okay. You ever snatch somebody's purse? And then she started chasing you, and you realized it was faster than you thought. Try to kick it into another gear. You can pull something like that because it's a speed you're not used to. All right, like
the man's primary job is literally running.
It don't matter. All right, you ever get on the treadmill and somebody push the speed up on you and you couldn't deal with it, or having whatever, and the speed became too much? You pull something.
Let's get back to the stealing purse thing. What are you talking about, Chuck?
Track stars get injuries too, and they running, right? They get paid to run. Track stars get injuries.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, how's that finger doing tonight?
How do I go after that?
It's good. It's good.
You're stupid, man. This guy, man.
All right, take it, Teddy.
You ever robbed a lady's purse?
Man,
I couldn't do a movie with like Chuck because there'd be too many outtakes.
Oh yeah. The bloopers would be crazy.
Hey, so since he composing this stuff, let me say this. Hey everybody, if y'all like this type of entertainment, y'all like this type of Knicks talk, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all like this. Make sure y'all like the live stream. Share on your social medias. Turn on your notifications. Join the virtual chat. The virtual chat is popping just like the video chat. Join the video chat. Share on your social medias. Make sure y'all comment on the replays if you're watching this and watching the replay version. And make sure y'all share this with the community because we're trying to build a community up where Knicks fans can come on and have conversations just like this one. Because we don't often get this in other places. And so make sure y'all subscribe to the channel so that we can continue to grow the channel and have robust conversations like this one.
Yeah. Freezy, unfortunately, your audio is not the greatest.
Really?
Yeah,
breaking up.
it's breaking up.
Coming in.
So sorry, man.
Was it Kevin who was bringing up how Tibbs was talking up Knox in practice and all that stuff?
What happened?
Right? Someone was just bringing up how Tibbs was talking up Knox in practice and press conferences and all that stuff this year.
Yeah, what
Somebody
about it?
did. All right, I'm gonna read you guys a quote. Direct quote. Y'all gonna ready?
It's coming.
I know where confidence. I know where confidence comes from. Work in preparation. What we do, blah blah blah. The thing that you find is that the guys that put the work in gives you confidence. He's giving me confidence. Each game is a test. It reveals exactly where you are in this league. You can't skip steps. I think he's doing a great job. Can you guess who Tibbs was talking about in 2014? Doug McDermott. He says this to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just doing generic coach speak, and y'all are eating it, y'all lapping it up.
Hold on.
Knox is like Knox. No, it's not a difference. It's the same thing, man.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
If talking how great McDermott was.
You know what? If I'm talking like, you know what, the sky is blue today, but you know what? Look over there. It's different. If I'm asked a question about someone completely different, not even talking about another player, and I just bring that player up out the blue and start talking positive about him. Like, you know what? Now that I'm talking about, you know,
he's on the
blah,
team.
blah, blah, huh?
He's on the team. What do you mean out
There's
the blue? He's on the
14
team.
other players on the team. 14.
Did you hear the question though? Did you hear the whole question?
Yes, I heard the whole question.
What was it?
He was talking about RJ Barrett. The question was about RJ Barrett and his struggles. And then out of blue, he was like, you know what? And Kevin Knox has been playing really, really good defense, and he's been really, really good for us. There's no one even asked him about Kevin Knox.
All right.
They was talking about RJ Barrett and his struggles. That's the question that was asked.
You heard the whole question because at the beginning it could have been about the players that struggled.
I heard the whole question.
So that's why it went from RJ to Knox.
No, you can't talk about RJ in here.
I can even Stephen Bondi was even the one who asked the question. It was about RJ Barrett and his struggles and what can you do to help RJ Barrett get out of his struggles.
You can't talk about RJ in here. Shh.
That's what the question was. RJ. And he said something about RJ and then went right into Knox. I'm about to find it. I'm about to mute myself and find it so I can let you know exactly where in the interview he asked.
Coach, my whole thing with that situation with Kevin Knox, I feel like if John Calipari tells you to draft Knox and to get and wait and give him 2 or 3 years, I feel like you got to trust him on that situation. I feel like I don't blame the Knicks for drafting him.
For Kevin Knox. You need to get in the camera, dog.
Okay, cool. You can't blame the Knicks for trusting John Calipari in that situation.
Yes,
now that's
Calipari told him to draft Knox so he can get the CAA agent fee because he needs a new yacht. You know better than that.
No.
Calipari is a salesman. Calipari is all about his money. He's about selling his guy. For every John Wall and Anthony Davis he sent out, he's also sent out James Young and the Harrison twins. Do not be fooled by that. Do not be fooled by that. Do not be fooled by that.
Coach, but my whole thing in that situation, the Knicks could have drafted either Knox or SGA. So my whole thing, SGA, I agree with Chuck. SGA would have been the better pick. So my whole thing is, I think it would have been. I think it was honestly a John Calipari mistake, much bigger than it is a Knicks mistake, and it's possibly the reason why Kenny Payne is with the Knicks. That's my guess. I don't know everything, but that's what I'm guessing why Kenny Payne is with the Knicks, because now they're seeing how Kevin Knox is after 3 years, and you know his estimation, John Calipari's estimation of Kevin Knox is wrong, and they're trying to make it right.
Hey Ralph, I'm gonna interject right quick. Hey Kevin, I need to ask you, Mr. Wright. Let me what's your projection of Kevin this year? Just curious.
As in, like,
Kevin, before you answer that, let me ask this. Foxy, you mind if I jump in right here?
Nah, man, it's your show.
All right, so I want to. It's our show. I be wanting to reiterate that, man. I love all the panelists and equally, man. Y'all be bringing fire to the show. This is entertainment, but right now I need some help. Right, so I'm pro Kevin Knox, and so I wanted to see if I can get somebody to be on my. Hey, Kevin W, can you be on my side with pro Knox?
Can I what?
Are you willing to be on my side when I jump in to be pro Knox?
You're breaking up, so I can't really understand what you're saying.
I'm breaking up bad.
Yeah.
He said, would you be on his side that he's pro Knox?
Yeah.
Okay, you got it, Freeze. He's on your side.
Okay. So the thing with Knox is it's not even a Kevin Knox issue. It's a losing fan base's perspective of a lottery pick that is the frustrating part, right? So if say for instance, if Kevin Knox played for the Lakers and was coming along at this pace, the Lakers had won a championship, there wouldn't even be an issue with Kevin Knox coming along at the pace he's coming along. You know what I'm saying? So Kevin Knox has potential. The athletic ability is there. The shooting touch is there. And the only thing that we really ask of him right now at this point is to bring up his defense, right? And the defense is coming along. You see the energy level is there. You see his body has changed. His hustle is there. The only thing that we really need from him at this point is to get that defense up some more and to be more assertive on offense. As far as the stuff that Calipari said, Calipari is a used car salesman. We all know that. You know what I'm saying? Calipari is the slick tongue guy that's going to say all the right things at the appropriate time in order for you to feel good about what he said. You know what I'm saying? The thing about Calipari is you don't want to trust what he says as an indictment on Knox because Knox is gone. Knox is gone already. Knox is not at Kentucky anymore. Knox plays for the Knicks. So Calipari said projecting him 3 years down the road, all that means is to me is that Calipari got a guy. He couldn't figure him out. And he said, well, maybe down the road he'll figure it out on his own. We don't want to trust people like that. You know what I'm saying? Because if you couldn't figure them out and you can't tell us how to figure them out, then you're no good to us. So the stuff that Calipari said doesn't carry any weight. You know what I mean? And you can also go by the fact that some of the kids, again, when they're the number one high school recruit in the country, going to Kentucky, and then they wind up being the number one pick, what did he do? All he did was get the best player and move out of the way and let the best player do his thing, right? And you can also go by what Kentucky looks like right now without Kenny Payne. Calipari there on his own. Look at what those kids look like right now with that highly touted recruiting class that he got, right? Calipari said all those things, and look at what he's doing on his own, right? And so I'm getting back to the thing with Knox. The thing with Knox is we know Knox is raw, right? When we got Knox is raw, and we did a disservice to him by not having guys developing him. And as soon as we got a development system in place, you see Knox improve across the board, right? Across the board. Now, does that mean Kevin Knox is going to be an all-star? I'm going to say we need to leave that open, right? We just need to leave that open because we don't know. And slick dudes on this panel, what they're going to say, they'll probably say something, say they think it's quick-witted like Knox is trash or something crazy like that. But what they don't know is what's going to happen down the road. You know what I'm saying? Keep this thing open with all these young players. You don't know what they're going to be able to do because they hadn't been developed. Now is the first time that you even heard development in the same breath with them. So in terms of Knox, you see the shooting stroke, you see his energy up on defense, you see his body is better, you see he's quicker, stronger, and maybe even faster. You see him moving around the floor on offense. So you see the kid getting better in 9 weeks of Thibodeau versus the prior 2 years. Kev, I'm gonna end it right there, but I'm gonna jump back in. So when they try to match you, I'm gonna jump back in on this Knox thing.
Hey, Freezy,
trust me, Freezy, they can't get me.
Hey, Freezy, we have a super chat. You want to call it out?
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead and do it.
One of our favorites, Gregory Castillo, for Freezy's micro Wi-Fi. He's sending you some money because you're breaking up still.
Yeah, hey man, I'm in a parking lot. I'm on a grocery store Wi-Fi, so that's what I'm on a bodega Wi-Fi. How about that?
So take it back. What were you saying, Kev? Or
It's just this when it comes to Kevin Knox. People are just so hell bent to hold on to the production that he had last year that they can't see anything else. That is the bottom line. They cannot see progress because they just saw what he did last year and it's like, oh, well, he's a bust already. Let's move on and that's it because he is what he is just based off last year. And there's nothing, and I said this in the beginning of the year, there is nothing that Kevin Knox can do other than and average 25 points a game and 15 rebounds a game. There's nothing that Kevin Knox can do. He can't make strides with anyone because they already have in their minds made up that Kevin Knox is a bust. They might not want to say he's a bust. They might not come out and be like, oh yeah, this is what it is. But that's what they think in their head. They're over Kevin Knox just based solely off his second year alone. And there isn't anything that he can do. He can't make any strides.
There absolutely is something he could do.
There is nothing that Kevin Knox can do because as soon as he does something, he can have 20 games in a row where he's doing something, and then he can have one bad game.
You're wrong.
Kevin Knox is back to what he's doing. He's over with. What?
I know. I never said that. I said I'm glad we extended him, and I said he's not a bust. I never said any of that. But I'm also being realistic. Like
you don't have to say it for you to feel it, though.
I'm not over him though, but he needs to get to 10 points a game, bro, to justify being a top 10 pick.
He's averaging 5 shots a game. Regardless whether someone is passing him the ball or not, he's averaging 5 shots a game. That is the first thing we have to do because it's not Kevin Knox's fault. He's not taking more shots. Regardless whether his teammates have trusted him or not, he's taking 5 shots a game.
Hey, Kev, 1 second. First of all, we got a super chat from Pedro Matos. You need George Lucas level imagination to see Knox as an all-star. But seriously, you played hoops. You have a guy on your team that's draining it. You don't get that ball to him. You know, man, he's hot. We're going to get the ball to him. If his fellow teammates are not getting him the ball, that says it all, man.
Well, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me counter this. RJ Barrett can shoot 15 times, 17 times, and brick all of them. Look bad. But he's still chucking those shots. He's not like,
No. It's a different scenario, though.
It's the same scenario.
17 points because he scored.
No, the other game, not last game. The game he shot was really, really bad. He didn't have 17 points that game.
He get his own shot. He creates his own shot.
Right.
Knox can't do that.
More.
Knox can't create his own. People have this mindset because he just stands in the corner and shoots that he can't.
So go get the ball. Shot. Go get the ball. You could just give RJ the ball anywhere and he'll create a shot.
Can I say something?
You can't do that with Knox.
Take a key.
Because you have
Hey, Chuck, you're right.
Anybody in the NBA can create their own shot. Anybody. Every single player in the NBA can create their own shot. Everyone can.
It's not true.
Kevin, can I ask you a question, Kevin? I'm not even trying to. Can you answer me why is it that with Kevin Knox, right? You just made a great point that RJ Barrett cannot shoot well, whatever, right? Why are his teammates still deferring to him and not Kevin Knox?
Ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
He can't shoot. Why if I have a guy who can shoot so well, why am I not deferring to Kevin? And I asked you this earlier, you couldn't answer me. Why are they not deferring to Kevin Knox?
Don't ask me that. Ask Tom Thibodeau. Yo, this player is struggling. This player literally has had one good half of shooting. One out of 4 games, he has had one good half of shooting. Can I answer it for you? Go ahead.
Kevin, I can answer the question. Because the reason why they don't pass the ball because there's not a real point guard on the floor. They don't understand.
But I'm talking about every other player.
Don't have to agree with the answer. When Quickley was on the floor, didn't he find Knox?
I don't think you're addressing Guillermo's point, Rob.
He's not. Thank you. He never does anyway. It doesn't matter.
No, we're talking about players. When you play together, there's a built-in trust you get. So if your guys are not showing you the ball,
I want to ask y'all a hypothetical
page
question.
what they're really feeling.
Let me ask y'all a
By
hypothetical question.
the way, hold on. Before you guys go on, hold on, Kevin, before you go on, to kill the whole Quickley thing, you know the percentage of knock. Well, I mean, he's out, right? But again, no, 4.4%. I understand. So he's played Quickley only played one game. But let's go back to the passes that Quickley had, because everybody overrates that one game that Quickley had. It was Randle who was making the most of the passes. It was not Quickley. The game did not change because Quickley came in. It was Randle who was doing that all throughout the first half until he got out because of foul trouble. So let's stop with this whole Quickley as the next second coming of freaking Andre Miller. It's all that again. Other teammates of his are ignoring Noel's. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. Noel's caught a rebound yesterday, right? Knox was in the corner. Why didn't he pass him? Knox was wide open.
So let me ask you a question. Smart or dumb basketball player, regardless of whether you think, is it smart to step out of bounds than pass it to your open teammate? I'd rather step out of bounds. And turn the ball over than pass it to my wide open teammate standing right next to me. If you say that's smart, regardless of whether you trust him or not.
Bro. I'm not smart. I asked you several times.
Stop asking that question because it's dumb.
Because you don't have an answer. You are infatuated with Kevin Knox. This is disturbing.
No, I don't know. I know it's not smart. I know it's not smart. I know it's not smart.
Kevin, right. If you don't know the answer, shut up about Kevin Knox being this great talent. If you don't have the answer as to why he's not
I am not in the coach's office to make those decisions. I'm on the sideline watching just like you. I do not know the answer to that question.
This is embarrassing.
Stop asking me that question.
Great talent.
I do not know it. The only people that know that question is Tom Thibodeau, Johnny Bryant, Mike Woodson, Kenny Payne, and whoever else on the coaching staff. I, as a fan, do not know. Then why do you keep asking me this question when I do not know?
Because you are infatuated with Kevin Knox. It's disturbing. You have everything. You don't have it here. You don't have it here.
Kev, come on, calm down.
In the ball, that makes me delusional because I don't know why he's not passing the ball. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard from one. I don't know as a fan why his teammates aren't
calm down. Your neighbor's dog is barking.
Kevin, you literally have every answer for Kevin Knox.
I don't know as a fan why his teammates aren't passing him the ball. I don't know what they're doing.
Every other answer for Kevin Knox.
Let me ask you a question.
One second. Dumb.
One second.
Fan that.
Yo.
Hey, Kev. C-Mac put this from their chat. We always want our chat, interact with our chat. Why do you think Quickley has gained the trust in a very short time more than Kevin has done in the years he's been there?
In 3 years.
The trust of
They're both UK products.
The trust of who? The coach that just got it this year? Because Tom Thibodeau
No,
sees
the players. I'm talking about the players, not the coaches now.
Who?
I'm saying who?
That's what I'm saying.
Steven Wright for the Grand Slam.
No, I'm saying who? Because the only person that matters is Tom Thibodeau.
Kentucky too. Go ahead.
Kevin,
Tom Thibodeau didn't trust Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox would be on the floor.
Kentucky during the summer. It's an easy answer. He played with him over the summer in Kentucky with Knox. He knows his game.
No, I'm saying the other players.
The question say, Immanuel Quickley
Hold on. My thing is this. Hold on.
Chuck
You said the other players.
Yeah.
The ball is automatically given to Immanuel Quickley because he's the point guard. That's like saying, do people trust Frank? No, you give the ball to Frank because the coach tells you to give the ball to the point guard. So it doesn't matter what any other players do. It's the coach. Tom Thibodeau trusts Immanuel Quickley. Tom Thibodeau trusts Kevin Knox to be on the floor. If he didn't, damn what every other players think, it's up to Tom Thibodeau. He is the only one that matters. The only one.
Hey, so why did AD get the ball so much his rookie year? Why did AD have the ball? Why did Anthony Davis have the ball so much his rookie year? Why wasn't the point guard getting the ball more than him? Right? Talent shines, right? If you're a talented player, you're gonna get the ball, right? Doesn't matter if you're a point guard or not. If you're a talented player, you're going to get the ball.
Especially when you're a 6'10", especially when you're a 6'10" swingman mismatch. That's what Gmo's asking. How can a mismatch not only get 5 shots a game?
Hey, look, can I ask a question?
Is it going to have anything to do with what we're talking about?
He knows the answer to this question. It's Tom Thibodeau.
No, it's
okay,
not.
So Kevin, stop talking for Kevin Knox because you hype him
The
up.
only thing I'm saying is the obvious basketball play is to give the ball to the wide open man.
Okay, I agree with you.
The court can't do that, then there's something wrong with other players on the court.
Kevin, I agree with you, but why is everyone except for Randle ignoring him? Why? You keep talking about Kevin like he's
I
great
don't know
talent.
why Nerlens Noel would rather step out of bounds and turn the ball over than pass to Kevin Knox. I don't know.
He didn't step out of bounds. When we ignore Kevin Knox in the court, he didn't step out of bounds. He passed it to someone else.
He stepped out of bounds and turned the ball over.
No, in the fourth quarter, he caught the rebound.
That's the play when Kevin Knox threw his hands up like, man, come on, man, I'm standing right next to you.
No. The one we caught all right, we go over there later. The one we caught the rebound and Kevin Knox was in the corner, that's even something. He passed it to Payne or somebody else on the perimeter.
So hold on. So Kevin Knox is a bust or he's not a bust?
No one said he was a bust. No one said he was a bust. I didn't say he was a bust.
So what do you think he is?
He's a bust then.
No, but he's not as good as Kevin is hyping him up to be. That it's this uncut gem of because again, you have an NBA. There are teams that have had worse coaching than the Knicks, and there are players that shine because they are talented. I'm not even talking about the Devin Bookers. There are players who shine and improve regardless of the coach there. Kevin Knox regressed, and again. What happened with him and Fizzo? Again, I'm not saying that was not an injustice. That was effed up. But then again, people said no one improved on the Fizzo. But why is it that a guy like Marcus Morris looks so much better? Garner's a first rounder on the bum A Fizzo and bum A Mike Miller. And Kevin Knox, who's such talented player, could not get on the team. If you're a talented player, if you're that talented, they're gonna be like, yo, we're building around this guy, or we're gonna play him. He didn't. He got his minutes cut because they didn't see it in him.
I mean, so what you probably should ask is, and this is no knock on Legion of Knicks podcast, man, he's super sharp. But when you bring up the Marcus Morris thing, look at Marcus Morris's first 7 years in the league and compare him to Kevin Knox, and then ask yourself, who would you rather have, Marcus Morris or Kevin Knox? And if for the people that say Marcus Morris, you know that they'll lie to your face because Marcus Morris's first 7 years in the league are awful. And then when you look at Kevin Knox at least had a double-digit scoring year in there. So I understand what Legion went with that, but I think, man, in this case here, when you compare him to somebody that's probably more polished at this point, I don't know if that's fair.
But all I'm saying though, my whole thing is, Coach, that I believe both Kevin and Rob, the way you phrased Kevin Knox, it came across like you were saying you were suggesting that Kevin Knox was a bust. That's what I want to say to that.
But I want to interject with to Ralph and Kevin. Let me ask you this: what order do you put Kevin Knox as far as being the best player on the team? What order?
Of everyone on the team?
Yes. What order would you put Kevin Knox being as far as the best player on the team?
I don't know how to answer that question.
I mean, would you say RJ's number one? Would you say Julius is number one?
You mean like scoring option or just talent?
Talent.
Both.
Yeah, it could be both. However you want to phrase it, yeah.
He's one of the top 5 most talented players on the team. I'll say that much.
Would you say that he's part of the big
talent? Just pure talent. Kevin Knox is one of the top 5 most talented players on the team. If you just want to look at talent alone, top 5.
So would you say he's part of the core though, like part of the big 3? Like there's like a big 3 on the team.
What kind of question was that? What kind of question was that though? The question should be at least more clear than that, because you say who's more talented. Are you talking about like skill set? Are you talking about the way they think the game? Are you talking about physical talent? I mean, so I see where Kev is coming from with like the questions. It do seem like we attacking Kev, and I don't know how fair that is.
I don't know. I think Kevin Knox is actually going to be the most improved player on the team. I've been saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's just asking questions on who's the most talented. I don't even think Teddy got to the point. I think it's
I did.
Yeah, but also, when Chuck says that he don't think that Kevin Knox can average 6 points for the season, that's bust material.
I didn't say 6.
How many points you said he's not going to average this season? Didn't you say Kevin Knox is not going to average 6.6 points?
Over 15. Over 15.
I thought my mistake. Maybe you were talking about Frank. Maybe that's my mistake.
Can we just remember something?
Can I say something on this Kevin thing?
I'm gonna watch the tape, Chuck. I'm gonna watch the tape.
Okay, now look. This is what I got to say about Kevin. It's not a problem that if you came and you playing on the team, that a point guard can get you going as a young player. Just as a young player, you come in there with a shooting skill. So a point guard unlocks that first part of your game for you. Then your game falls in line. Then you start opening up your bag and doing other things. Kevin is in his first stage of his first bag, first getting good coaching, getting a point guard on the floor, and then Kevin will prosper after that. It's all in his skill set. Kev does have a skill set. He can rebound, he can defend, and he can shoot. And sooner or later, you will see him post up and do other things. But for right now, let's get the shooting on track. He's not a bad player at all.
No, he's
an experienced player, but he's not a bad player.
Coach, I want to say one thing real quick on top of that. That the Knicks got one of the best coaching staff in the league. Arguably, it could compare to the San Antonio Spurs in my eyes, who has coached. In my eyes, you might disagree, that's fine. But I don't think that you need, these, do we need talent? Yes, we do. But look, I've seen the San Antonio Spurs draft DeJounte Murray and with the 20-something pick. I've seen them draft Derek White with the 20-something pick. Also, they drafted Keldon Johnson from Kentucky with the 20-something pick. So, like, why do we have to? Why are you talking about Kevin Knox that they set the Knicks back with that pick? Like, I want to bring that conversation, that you were talking about, that drafting Kevin Knox did set the Knicks back. Am I correct? You said that?
Yeah, if he doesn't pan out, then it sets the Knicks back. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm saying that any top pick that doesn't pan out sets teams back.
And then Freezy, same thing with the Marcus Morris thing. Like he was the 14th pick in the draft. That's the end of the lottery. For what he's done for his career, him being the 14th pick, that's pretty good production for what you want. But when you're talking top 10 picks, we should have.
The thing with Gardner Moses,
his best season was with New York. What has Marcus Morrison done?
Hold up, Rob.
Let me just get this thing. Let me get this thing in, man, because y'all can eat all y'all want, but again, like with Kevin W saying, Gardner Moses allowed to just compare the New York Knicks franchise to the San Antonio Spurs franchise, right? San Antonio Spurs,
the coaching staff.
San Antonio Spurs.
No,
let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Y'all can eat all y'all want. So you just compare the franchise that has won numerous championships and have a Hall of Fame head coach to a franchise that has a 38% win percentage since the year 2000 and has had 13, 14, 15 head coaches in that time span. So
I'm talking about this year's coaching staff. I'm talking about this.
No.
You ain't gonna win this one.
You said you did not know. You did not say that. You backtracking on what you said.
That's what I'm.
No. You backtracking on what you said. You're wrong. You said the San Antonio Spurs drafted guys in different years, and then you said the Knicks drafted guy in 1 year. You wrong. You legit said that you said the San Antonio Spurs, who's a championship organization with a Hall of Fame team president and a Hall of Fame head coach, you compared them to the Knicks organization trying to make Kevin Knox and Kevin W look bad. Which you probably
Just say you're
I wasn't trying to make him look bad.
You won that
which
one,
you
man.
probably,
That wasn't
which,
no.
again, talking over me don't make you right. Talking over me just make you look more wrong. Talking over me just make you look more wrong. You use the San Antonio Spurs as an example when the San Antonio Spurs had the number 1 pick in draft 2 times in that same time span that you're talking about. You're talking about the Archie Buford, Greg Popovich, San Antonio Spurs era, and you're talking about them drafting guys. You're talking about the Spurs drafting guys, and then you're talking about the Knicks, which only goes into this thing like you legit have some kind of backwater venom for Kevin W. and his approach to Kevin Knox.
No.
You know,
Let me let you finish, but I want to talk. I want to listen to you.
You gonna let me finish? You gonna let me finish?
Finish.
I'm gonna finish regardless. You gonna let me finish? But I'm gonna finish regardless. I don't care if I gotta boot everybody out of here. I'm gonna finish.
Go ahead.
So the thing is, you coming at Kevin W. with these wet arguments to try to make my man look bad about Knox, and all it does is look like piling on and bullying. Right? You didn't even say that the Spurs drafted Tim Duncan with the number 1 pick in the draft. You didn't even say that the Spurs legit had other players on that team as Hall of Fame caliber when they were making those draft picks that you pointed out. Did the Knicks have Hall of Fame caliber players when they drafted Kevin Knox? Did the Knicks have 3 Hall of Fame caliber guys near or on the roster when they drafted Kevin Knox? Right? So to make these linear comparisons only make it look like you just have a disdain for Kevin Knox.
No, I don't.
And for Kevin W., you just said it out of your own mouth. It's on tape. The whole world is watching.
I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Let me know. Can I talk? Can I make a point?
No. Let me finish. You made your point. You made your point. You made your point. You came out here talking about this.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Oh, okay.
Jeez.
Man, what's going on?
Just
the fact of the matter is we make these wet comparisons just to make somebody look bad on the thing, just to make ourselves look right. This ain't fair to the people watching the show. You know what I'm saying? People watching the show want facts, and they want news that's gonna be sharp. They don't want people that's just gonna come on here and just be blustery for the sake of being blustery. You know what I'm saying? If you want to do that, then do something else. But this right here is gonna be quality. When you come on this joint here, you're gonna be quality. And if you ain't, I'm gonna boot you. That's just all to it. You ain't gonna come on here and just saying random ass stuff. That ain't how we do it. We gonna respect each other and we gonna be sharp. You know what I'm saying? And for those that's watching, God and Moses of Elijah, they know I love Raphael. That's my dude. I call him about once a week just to talk. That's my guy. But this right here, dude, was not fair to Kevin W. You know what I'm saying? By saying the Spurs, the San Antonio Spurs. And you ain't even, man, that ain't even fair to man. And Kev, you're gonna have to, when these dudes jump on you like this, you're gonna have to bring it and be sharper. Kev W, I know you hear me. You gonna have to.
Yeah. Like I'm fine. I don't want people in the chat. I'm fine.
Ain't nobody gonna jump on here to bail you out. You know what I'm saying? You should have already, the first words out of your mouth should have been, how you gonna compare the New York Knicks with a 36 win percentage to the San Antonio Spurs that's a multiple time champion and got Hall of Famers all over the place?
Hey, at that point in this conversation, was literally over it. Like I said, there's nothing that Kevin Knox can do that's going to appease anyone.
Yo, Kev, was that chastising? Hold on, I want to talk. Guys, hold on. I'm waiting for Kev. Was that chastising? Hold on, guys. Kev, was that chastising Kevin Knox? Yes or no, Kev?
I mean, here's my thing. I'm not taking it.
Cool. Okay, cool. You're not taking. I don't think, because I wasn't. Let me tell you something. I wasn't. We're going to go to the tapes, and we're going to prove that I was right with my conversation. I was not chastising drafting Kevin Knox. I was not chastising or that whole situation. So I think he got me wrong in that. That's my whole thing is like, I'm not going to, what, man? I'm going to be professional. I'm going to be professional. No, I'm going to be professional.
That's not even what I said. I said you compared the San Antonio Spurs to the New York Knicks. Why don't you understand that? You compared the Spurs to the Knicks, and you just took the point I said and twisted it to try to make look right in front of you dudes. All you had to do was say, you know what? I didn't mean to compare the Spurs to the Knicks.
Again, I'm not Freezy. I'm sticking with what I believe. I believe this is one of the best coaching staff, and I compared it before, and I'm going to compare it again. I think we have one of the best coaching staff right now, and I think it does compare. I think it's up there with the San Antonio Spurs. I do. So now, if you disagree with me, that's fine. And if you want to boot me out because of it, that's fine. But at my core, I believe we have one of the best coaching staff with the situation. Okay, fine. Then that's fine. That's
what you do is bring quality to the joint.
All right, fine, man. Listen. Okay, cool, man. I hold on to my one opinion then. But that's what I believe.
Can I say what I see in Kevin Knox real quick?
You know,
and I think
coaching staff has nothing to do with this whole titles. It has nothing to do with that. We're talking about coaching staff.
Take it, Zach.
No,
sorry, Freezy. They say you're breaking up in the chat. Freezy, they say you're breaking up in the chat.
What I think, and I think we're all in agreement that we want every player on the Knicks to succeed and play to their fullest potential. But what I see in Kevin Knox, and maybe this is why his teammates don't trust him or don't give him the ball, and Freezy said this kind of touched on it, was that his effort's up this year on the defensive end and his energy's up. Well, those are two things that should be up all the time. And I'm not saying he's the only player that has low moments of effort or energy. I'm not saying he's the only one, so don't get that messed up. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is players, and I coached basketball teams for 5 years. I'm not saying it's NBA level, but I noticed that teammates don't trust certain players that don't give the same energy as other players on a team. If you're not giving the same energy and you're not trying your hardest, and it does not look like you're trying your hardest, bad body language, or not diving after a loose ball here and there, they're not going to want to pass you the ball. You're not putting in the same work.
So they shouldn't pass the ball to DSJ at all.
Exactly. I agree with that.
He doesn't even play.
Like I said, he wasn't the only player. He's not the only player.
They pass him the ball, though. So what you're saying don't even work because they pass the ball to somebody that's doing a lackluster effort.
DSJ even on the floor.
When he's on the floor.
Plus, he's the point guard. He's supposed to pass the ball to the point guard.
DSJ's a point guard, Rob.
The ball to the point guard.
Hold on. Stop. Because what Guillermo just said contradicts what he said earlier. When he said, why does his teammates trust Quickley? Because Quickley's a point guard. So they're going to give him the ball.
Right.
You did say that. You said, why do his teammates trust Quickley?
I didn't say that. Yeah, Rob, keep shaking your head. I didn't say that. You said that, Rob. Look at you. No. You said that, Rob. Guess I didn't say that, Kevin. What are you talking about? Yeah, keep closing your eyes. Yeah, think about it. You sound big right now. I didn't say that, bro.
What I say?
Hey, hold on. I got feedback from the chat. Could you give us a more virgin analogy?
Oh, he said that. You said that.
And keep calling your ass.
I think Kevin Knox has a lot of talent. I think he's got a good NBA body. He's long. He's got size. And he can shoot the ball in spurts. He needs to be more consistent. But his effort and energy, you can't teach energy and you can't teach effort. You have to have that consistently. Yeah, you're going to have off nights, but you need to have it more consistently than he's had it in his first couple of years. Now, we'll see how he is under Thibodeau. Give him more time. But I think that might be why some of the players don't trust him. That's just my opinion.
But they don't be bringing it either. Everybody started bringing it under Thibodeau.
Did I say he was the only one?
They've been lackluster. All of them.
Did I say he was the only one?
I didn't say it. I said they all been lackluster. So if they're not passing the ball, it's for other reasons. They all been slacking until Thibodeau got there.
All of them.
All of them.
Okay.
My question is this: that statement would.
So
make
why
more,
are you only riding Knox?
That statement would make.
Hold on.
That statement would make more sense if this was the same coaching staff, if this is the same regime. But it's
Tom
not.
Sees it. You know how much film that man watched? He knows he knows these teams. He's been off the last year. He watches everybody.
No. But here's the thing. You just said his teammates don't give him.
And the coach. The coach sees effort now, but he knows this man has had problems with it. He's not.
But Tom Thibodeau. But this isn't about Tom Thibodeau. You said his teammates. Obviously, Tom Thibodeau, who's only spoken highly of Kevin Knox since he's been there.
So I tell you the truth about his teammates not trusting him, and then I add on by the coach, and now I'm wrong.
Then Tom Thibodeau should get on them. Don't you think?
Hey Foxy, can
If Kevin Knox
hey,
has,
Foxy, can I say something? Before I dip
Yeah,
out of
please.
the- I'm gonna dip out of the chat for I'm gonna dip out of the chat for a little bit so that everybody can eat, man. Just want to say something real quick, man. Hey, make sure y'all subscribe to the Leader of the Knicks podcast, man. I've been watching that joint closely, man. It's like one of the most entertaining joints on YouTube. It's mad funny. It's mad funny in an ironic type way, because my man is legit just a regular dude, just trying to do his thing, man. So make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all subscribe to his joint. Also,
Thank you.
I would like to hear some more Chuck D and some more Rob and some of the other guys too. Just to get their feedback on some stuff, because I think the bits and pieces that I'm hearing from them is dope. I just as a fan, I just don't feel like I'm getting enough of Color Blocks and New Guy, Chuck and Rob the Nick. And no disrespect to everybody else. It just I just think, man, more equity would be better, especially Chuck, since he only get a little bit of time to talk when I'm away, since he's scared to talk when Legion's around.
Got you loud and clear, Freeze.
Thank you,
Got
Freeze.
loud and clear.
That's cute. Topic. I'm off Knox. We've been on Knox for like 2 hours.
How about a new one? I was talking to GMO and a few other people after his video ended. What kind of impact do you guys see Rivers having coming back? Hopefully, if he does.
Great
Tonight.
question.
It can't be any worse than Alfred
Do you
Payton.
see him starting? Do you see him getting starters minutes? What do you see?
Yes.
Because they might rush him back, or they might not rush him back and not give him starter minutes because of the injury. They might try to work him in slow. But I see him as having a pretty solid, pretty steady impact for this team.
You want to take a Chuck? I'm sorry.
Good.
I want you to give your take on it. Are you cool with the or
in my opinion, I'd like Rivers to start over Payton. Not saying he's a great playmaker in himself either, but just that he gives a little bit more offensively, and he's still a solid. Like, he's not a great defender, but he's been a solid defender on playoff teams before.
And high IQ.
And yes, he has that experience in games that matter. I'm not saying he's always been a clutch killer or anything, but he's been in meaningful games. Alfred Payton is not. So I see him being an impact to not just I see him being an impact to every player, giving them experience, helping them, being in their ear. I just
can I just say something real quick?
For cheap too. 3 years, $10 million. That was a good signing.
Yeah.
Zach, I apologize. Steven, I apologize for cutting it off. I don't know if we can let anybody else, but whose Mark is begging to come in here?
Freezy still around, man. Let our guy Mark in. We missed him today.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Freestyle tonight, man. So Freezy, if you can, let our guy Mark in, please. Put out the link and get Mark in here. The link I have is outdated, so anything you could do, take care of our guy Mark, because I really missed out on talking to him tonight. So sorry, Zach. Are you finished, man?
Oh yeah. I was just saying that. That's pretty much it. That's what everybody thinks.
Y'all got me?
What up, man?
Yo, I took a quick nap.
Y'all in trouble now.
I took a quick nap, and all I heard
Thank you,
was
Freeze. You're the best.
the Knicks coaching staff is it's as good as the San Antonio Spurs. That woke me up.
Oh no!
What the hell was that, guys? Moses?
Yeah, that's me, Mark. I'm confident on that.
That?
Can you at least win one ring before you say they're in that
I'm
category?
not saying,
bro. That's.
I'm talking developing. I'm not talking.
Hey, Ralph, let's
Okay.
give our guy who's Mark. He's been waiting backstage.
Go ahead, man.
Nap.
I thought he was asking me a question.
This is who's Mark's time.
Go. I thought he was asking me a question. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yo, that's not even an opinion. That's not even an opinion, dog. That was just some off the wall analyzation on a team that even barely makes it to 30 wins. How could you do that? How could you do that? You have a team that's been consistent for 20 years winning, and then you're talking about another team 20 years consistent of losing? Where you get that comparison from?
Is that a question that I can answer, or you want to continue to talk?
Listen, I'm done, bro.
I was comparing the developing of Coach Tibbs and Kenny Payne and Johnny Bryant. I believe it's elite in this league. That's my whole thing. I'm not talking about the past 20 years and the titles. I'm talking about right now. We are developing players at a high level. That's what we're talking about. There's nothing to compare outside of that.
Who have we developed at a high level?
So it's been 4 games and we developed these players. I think
that we have a coaching staff that could and that will.
For you to get Freezy as mad as he just was and talking about booting you, that's kind of crazy to me because Freezy said crazy stuff. So listen. Sometimes it's okay not to say anything stupid and keep it to yourself. That was stupid. I'm just saying because Freezy was upset. Like it was he had an undertone where he really wanted to boot you. I'm not trying to make you look crazy, but be careful what you say because you look kind of crazy even saying that because that literally woke me out my nap.
You didn't say player development. You said coaching staff is comparable to.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
They are not. They haven't even won a championship, let alone 5.
Gotcha,
they didn't have 20 straight playoff appearances.
They didn't prove.
I
this coaching staff
apologize.
didn't prove
I
anything.
apologize.
That's what Freezy was waiting for, man.
Hold up. I apologize for the context. I didn't know we were talking about
Freezy
Knox the whole.
for that.
Hold up. Gotcha. We were talking about Kevin Knox the whole time, and we were talking about there was a lot of conversation about the development of Kevin Knox this whole time. You know, Kevin Knox hasn't developed. You know, year after year 1 and year 2 and year 3. Hey, listen, you guys got some points. All I'm saying is we have an elite player development. In my eyes.
Potentially elite. We need results.
But in my eyes,
hold on. They have to show it. Only Tibbs, to an extent, I trust. Even Lil Woodson also, because he got Novak and them boys paid. But they have to prove it. They have to prove it with these players. That Kevin Knox spiel that y'all been going on. He has a motor issue. Thank you. He has a motor issue. Okay.
Apparently everybody does.
Listen, if you go back to college, Perry had to force him into an offense that he couldn't do. So they went to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. He started becoming more of a ball handler and played off Shea. And in the night of the draft, that was a Perry pick. Perry wanted him. Perry was found on him.
Who else has he picked in his career? Herzonia?
Alfred Payton. He picked Alfred Payton.
Come on. He got a great.
Hold on. He also drafted De'Aaron
San Antonio Spurs like.
No. He didn't draft. No. He didn't draft De'Aaron Fox because he wasn't the guy to say pick this guy. No, he wasn't. He was the guy.
De'Aaron Fox, even if he did draft De'Aaron Fox, doesn't justify or make up for all the other terrible picks he's made.
Like Jesus Christ, bro.
Hold on. He was in Sacramento. He was in Sacramento when De'Aaron Fox was drafted.
He was also destroyed with Darko Milicic.
Hey, let's go back to Mark for a second. Hey, Mark, Zach brought up a great question. What's your thoughts on Rivers' impact coming back to the team?
Listen, I like Rivers because he's tough. He plays defense. He know how to play within the offense. If you play with Harden, you know how to play. So he won't have any problem playing how Tibbs want him to play. Aggressive, shoot threes, attack the paint. The dude still got that quick first step. He's also a guy that can score in bunches also. So that's a good addition with these younger guys, or even to help other guys' confidence on the floor at times. You know what I'm saying? And he could be like a somewhat of a leader because, like I said, he takes no shit from nobody. That's one thing I like about Rivers. So I think he's a plus. That's why they went out and got him. Okay? So he's a plus. I just want Quickley back, honestly, because he just runs the pick and roll enough for me to get guys like Kevin Knox open. Because again, there's a chemistry when you watch them young guys play with each other, and Quickley just plays with a pace that I like for these young guys. It just looks more fluent. Guys look more excited. More like I said, to get Knox to play,
getting there, amping them up.
to get Knox to play, you have to play with a pace. It's like putting the child. It's like putting the child with a group of other children having fun. You take that child that's more of an outcast, and when you put him against children, you start to open up. That's Kevin Knox right now.
In defense to Kevin Knox, it's not just him. There's like literally probably 85% of the players on this team need an absolute true point guard to be successuel.
Like I know,
and it's not fair to judge really any of them until we have a more general.
And you're right. And the thing is,
who can shoot?
I said Randle doing his thing, but the way Quickley passes the ball, get people in spots. You watching direct people. You watch and tell Randle, yo, this ain't your time. Let these other dudes touch it. That's what.
I still think
that's what the offense is about.
Sorry, I still think he needs to come off the bench though.
No. He's a great.
Because Rivers should start. I think Quickley needs a year off the bench.
No, Quickley should come off the bench. I like him off the bench, and the dude has a shooting touch. Like that is a legit shooter.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about them both in the backcourt? Whether Quick at the shooting guard or Rivers? Or
I'm gonna say this.
I still like Barrett being at the 2 because that's just better for him.
See, that's my problem with Barrett at the 2, bro. Because you expect him to be a shooting guard. He's more of a multitask forward, bro. You want to use him in that aspect.
Yes, but his size, you need him against 2 so he can play that bully ball. You get him against a bigger 3.
Oh no, you kind of right.
He's not quick enough to get around a larger 3.
But
with the same speed as him.
Yeah, but he's playing a shooting guard and he can't shoot.
But the thing
but what I'm saying is you put a shooter at the 3, a shooter at the 1. You have a stretch 4. You got guys that can play around him. I'm saying, as far as matchups
the thing with Tibbs' offense,
do what he does best.
Yeah, the thing with Tibbs' offense, he goes after mismatches. He goes after mismatches in his offense.
Yep,
he does that. His offense is meant for you to do that. And when he runs those little triangle variations, it's for guys like Frank to be in the corner to get the 3 shot. It's guys for Kevin Knox to be in the corner for the 3 shot. But when you don't have a guy that his IQ is up enough to get those guys in their shooting pocket. When they're getting the ball from Randle, they're not necessarily getting in the shooting pocket. And that messes with the mechanics of a shooter, bro. I mean, Julius Randle can pass the ball, but there's a different level of passing for a player to finish. Because I watched LaMelo Ball tonight. It's how he gets the ball in the man's pocket off the ball. And
the more accurate the pass, the better the chance of the shot. The mechanics being better.
Hey,
fellas, Rivers has got the experience and the wherewithal to be able to work with the starting lineup at the 1. And honestly, as much trash as most of us just talked on Kevin Knox, I'd take him starting at the 3 over Bullock just to see what he does.
But the thing with
you got Knox who can shoot pretty decent, and you got Rivers who can do the same, and then put him around RJ and Randle who's shooting better from the 3, and Mitch who's rim runner and can block shots. But that we'll see, and then we can see what they have. You got some.
And the thing is too, right? I had a problem last year when Randle's bringing up the ball. It's like he's skipping up the court instead of pushing it. He did some of it in Cleveland, but if you're gonna have the ball like that, you can't have defensive setting every time because you're working with the ball. I've seen times where RJ runs the court, Knox runs the court. It's for you to get the ball and push it up. Just push it up to get the defense off balance.
And Quickley does it well.
Yes, that's how you get easy points. This team needs to learn how to get easy points in fast break. That's what we need for them. They need easy points to get the confidence. It's when I watch Knox, man, the dude has the skill set to shoot the basketball and take it to the racks and one if he gets the ball correctly when he's coming off the screen. But they're not looking at him because I watch him from time to time come off screens that's run from, but he's not getting the ball on time. These guys need a timely passer, man. It's that simple.
Hey, fellas, I just want to do a shout out to the chat. We're going to swing it over to Chuck and then to Coach Color Blocks right after that. Teddy just wanted to say, Teddy says, Austin Rivers is used to a winning culture. I like Austin. I hope he comes back healthy and ready to go. We have a super chat from Wacko Knicks Fanatic. Every night, hate, negative energy. Sorry you feel that way. That's not our intent, but thank you for the super chat anyway. IQJ, Dave Roberts, Sirhan the man again. Thank you again for all your support. Muhammad Thomas. Buds. You know I love my buds. Always good to see you, my friend. Raindrops. Thick. Esco, the awaken is really light. Yo. Hope all is well. Thick. And thanks, 23 Blade, Nick Yak. Appreciate all your support. And just a reminder, please hit that like, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Support our guy Freezy. You have no idea. You see him putting in 6-7 hours on the morning drive and Knicks at Night and stuff. You just don't have an idea behind the scenes how hard this man's working. So please reward our brother. Thank you again, getting us past 1,100 subscribers, 1,500. Here we come. And again, a shout out to the best mods the Lord's ever made, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. So with all that, thank you for allowing me to do that. Chuck, take it, my friend, on your thoughts on what Rivers is going to bring to it.
Oh, okay. All right. First, I thank you. Putting Knox, not Knox, but putting RJ at shooting guard is not going to be an advantage as far as the other team, because the other team could easily put their small forward still on them.
True.
And then we don't have that other guy that's playing small forward.
But then that would be the coach's
I
job
hear
to
something in the
adjust.
background. Please, everyone, make sure you have everything turned off. We want as much clarity as possible. So take a check. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's me. Yeah, that's me because I my bad.
Well, Chuck, I was just going to say on that, you have to, as a coach, you have to adjust then. You have to run him off screens, force the defense to switch, and get RJ on the mismatch that you would want. Or whoever the case may be. But yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, okay. And Rivers, oh man. Didn't they say Tibbs was going to have a 10-man rotation?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So who's out?
That was my point. That was my point. I'm like, Frank and DSJ are gone out the rotation.
No, they wasn't in it, though.
Listen,
right now,
bro.
They weren't in it, but their minutes are
out
gone.
here, bro.
Their minutes are gone. Their minutes are completely gone.
I think
but they wasn't in the 10.
I agree. They're just there because of injury. I'm saying that their minutes are gone now. Yeah, their minutes are gone.
Mm-hmm, because game one, if Frank and DSJ wasn't going to play until Quickley got hurt.
Right.
Hopefully,
I agree.
Peyton's out of there.
So they had to.
No, Peyton's in there. Peyton's in there.
I know. I said hopefully.
No, he ain't going nowhere.
Payne's gonna be in there because they just stubborn enough to just play that dude.
He's gonna be in there. I'm looking at the minutes now. Randle, Barrett, Mitch, Reggie, Burks, Peyton, and then everyone else is around 20. That's like 7 right there. Once Obi
And
comes
they have
back,
to come down on Randall's minutes, man.
No, they won't. Not
when
Tibbs.
Obi come back.
Yeah, Tibbs ain't cutting down on minutes. And once Obi and IQ come back and Rivers, that'll be your 10. That'll be your 10. Like the number I just kind of.
Hey, do me a favor, Coach. Just repeat for the live chat again what that 10 is.
Randall, Barrett, Mitch, Bullock, Burks, Elf, and then Obi was hurt, so that's 7. And then 8, 9, 10 is Knox, Quickley, and Rivers.
What about New Orleans?
Yo, you
need
probably,
a backup.
Yeah, probably.
You know
too.
what I'm
Probably get
afraid
thrown in
of?
there.
Yes.
You know what I'm afraid of? The fact that if we're not in this lottery draft, this will be the most. If we're not in this lottery draft, bro, what? Yo, I heard that first conversation how we value Randle over this lottery draft. Yo, I would lose my shit because this is the perfect draft to get what. Oh, my bad. To get what we need.
Yeah, but you can say that about every
Randle
draft
is.
You want to win.
Like,
you want to win over everything. If you don't want to make the playoffs, you're not a fan.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna
every
get
year
the
you want
coach
to try
color
to
block.
win and get better.
no, but
you don't want to suck for the lottery
listen,
every year.
why can't we? Hold on. Let me ask a question. Why can't we play hard but tank soft?
That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any
I'm not
sense.
saying just.
No,
It doesn't make any sense.
if you give the kids time to get the experience, it's like a soft tank in some ways that they're learning their game and stuff like that.
And if they overachieve and win,
I'm telling you right
then
now. I'm telling you right now, the way y'all valuing Randle over this lottery draft is beside me and any GM. Any GM, if the Knicks are not in the lottery this year, man, we're gonna be a laughing stock. This is a gold mine right now.
And then
I
we
don't care
draft
what
the Bucks.
nobody say. That top 5 is solidified for me.
So are
I
you
don't
sure
see
that
no
we're going to
from
be?
K at all.
So if we win one game next season, if we win 5 games, let me finish. If we win 5 games this season, that's guaranteeing us a top 5 pick.
We're not gonna win 5 games. We're gonna win about 20.
Okay, let's just say we win 20 games.
What if? No, I'm just saying. What if the Knicks make it to the playoffs? Right?
Let's make it to the playoffs.
How better is
That's
the Knicks
it.
going into next year? No, hold on. How better is the Knicks in talent gonna get better in the in next year? Instead
All
of
of these
getting the
young guys
talented
on the
player
bench are
next
going
year.
to get meaningful minutes in meaningful games.
Wait a minute. Let's get Coach Cole.
Where the argument starts.
I don't got anything to say. I just said my piece about. I said my piece about Rivers. I don't know if we're moving on.
All right, no, then okay, cool.
No, keep your. I'll come in.
Let me
I'll
swing
chime
it.
in later. Yeah,
I just
swing
want
it
to know
over.
why
I'll
y'all
chime in.
value
I haven't heard my guy
Randle
Kevin
over
in a
Randle
while.
this year's
That is
draft.
literally
Mark, I want to answer, but I don't got. Forgot it.
Perennial
Too aggravated, man.
Go ahead.
No, okay, cool. If I can answer, great. Listen, it's not about valuing
Go
Randle.
ahead. I didn't stop you from talking.
I said it's not about valuing Randle. It's about valuing the season. We want to win this season. We also seen Donovan Mitchell fall in the draft. Players fall in the draft. Donovan Mitchell has fallen. Bam Adebayo has fallen. Kawhi.
It's not even just that, though. The lottery is different. You've seen the Pelicans get Zion. You don't have to be the worst team in tank to get a good draft pick.
Bro, you know what happened.
No.
Not
get a good draft pick.
You know what happened.
We will lose every year and then get the 8th pick. That's how it goes.
Bro, you knew what happened with that Zion.
We will lose
the
every
Knicks
year.
Supposed to get number 1 that year. You knew what happened.
And everybody will want to tank because this organization is perennial losers, and people want that.
But
I'm saying,
let me ask you
a question. Is Randle? My thing is Randle? Is he going to get any more impactful to skip this year's draft? That's what I'm saying.
It's not about Randle. It's not about Randle.
Let me ask
it's
you.
About what about RJ? What about RJ going to the playoffs? Does that value? Does that hold any value to you? That's my question to you. Does that hold it? Does that matter? Does it matter to you that RJ goes to the playoffs?
You know what? Let me listen, the ball to Kevin. Kevin hasn't answered the question yet. Kevin, what you think on the impact of Rivers, man?
I've been on the record that Rivers is going to be a plus for this team. He helps other people get in their natural positions. He helps spread the floor. And that's really all about it. I'm not hyped up like, we're getting an all-star back from injury. It's, we're getting a pretty solid role player who's going to come in. He's going to play his role and help the team. I mean, that's all that Rivers is. It's not like we're getting an all-star player back from injury.
Right.
So that's all I got to say about Rivers.
Guillermo?
I agree with Kevin. It's just that, EP has been so terrible at spacing the floor, even though he's made a few threes here and there, but we know that's not sustainable. That he provides you an element where you don't have to depend so heavily on Randle. Now, again, is it this shifting, groundbreaking guy we're getting back? No, but he gives you another dimension that you need in that starting lineup. Take a little pressure off of Randle and help out the offense. So, yeah, I agree mostly with Kevin.
Yeah. So, hey, fellas, it's that time of night, man. I don't want to knock down any, we've talked about a lot of stuff. Take it, Rob. I'm sorry. I thought you were sleeping. I didn't want to wake you up.
Nah, I was right here. No, I wanted to take. I just want to give some people something to think about for tomorrow. This is tomorrow's question. Do you think that the Knicks organization can raise and nurture an all-star from the draft?
I believe so.
With this coaching staff, and again, a lot of it depends on the player.
It depends on the talent of the player.
Draft, raise, and nurture a superstar.
It depends on the talent.
Take it, Chuck.
Well,
Depends
we're
on the
talking
talent
about
of
a
the player.
super, like, okay, just say for instance, the Cam Cunningham guy you're talking about, all-star a lottery talent, first or second pick. Do you think New York, as a fan base, as an organization, can be patient enough to raise a pup into a dog without
Yes.
killing him before he breaks out? Is the
Yes.
organization and the fan base strong enough to let that happen?
Yes.
Chuck, you want to take it?
I agree. I guess because first you're going to see the potential in that player immediately. If like superstars just don't grow on trees, you're going to see the talent. You know what I'm saying? So when you see the talent, you're going to be patient with it.
But that's not true because Giannis did. Superstar, 17 pick. Nobody seen nothing coming.
That's an anomaly, man. Usually you see it from a mile away.
Nope. Kawhi Leonard, same thing. It's not that far back. Mitchell.
Kawhi Leonard was selling himself out on defense. And his
But like I said, he was nurtured and grown. That's
right, but he was
premises.
showing you progress every year. He was shutting down.
Like I said, but Guillermo, don't forget the question: can the New York organization and fan base do that?
I think they have a better chance now.
If you have a player, New York fan base for the most part, as long as you have a player who's young and he's producing, right? They'll give him leeway. Like literally, you get on me all the time about RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is not efficient whatsoever, but you see the tenacity. You see him trying to get better. You see the attitude. That's why a lot of New York fans are like RJ Barrett. So if you get a guy like, say, I'm just saying this, Kate Cunningham, Jalen Suggs, one of these guys that they're producing on some type of level, right? We've got too many players. We drafted too many players there are too many ifs to them. You know, Kevin Knox, Frank, all these guys, too many ifs to them. They need this, they need that. If you get a guy who can produce without a point guard, maybe we're not winning, but a guy's putting up 15 and 6 his first year. It's like, okay, we see something in this kid, right? New York fan base will be fine with it. As long as this
all over the base. Look how we all over the base, all over the place on this panel about players. Now you magnify that times the fan base going far. Look at the chat. We're not together on anything as far as the Knicks are concerned. So what makes you think? And then you put the papers involved. Then you put the papers involved.
As long as you're producing, again, RJ Barrett, you just said it yourself, or you're alluding to it.
I'm asking the question. I didn't give my answer. I'm just putting out all the proponents.
No, I'm not talking answer now. I'm talking about when you were talking about RJ Barrett. You alluded that not a lot of people kill him. So again, that must mean that there's a consensus, or for the most part, most fans are just like, nah, we see some RJ Barrett
in here. When I said that, I mean in here.
For the most part, even in the media, they don't kill RJ Barrett. Like they talk about a shooter and stuff, but again, they don't kill RJ Barrett like, yeah, another draft bust, another Nick draft bust. It's like, nah, we see something in him. Yeah, he's struggling right now, but he's doing other things to at least convince us that
the third pick. That's what they see.
Yeah, but if he was a third pick sucking and he was putting up freaking Patrick O'Brien numbers, they would have said, okay, he's a bust. This guy's a bum. Get him out of here.
He was the 9th pick and they haven't called him a bust yet.
Who?
I said Frank was the 9th pick and they haven't called him. I know,
but you know a lot of people in the Knick fandom call Frank. They're right here. Chuck is one of them.
Yeah, I understand.
People call Frank a bust.
Chuck said
that's why I said it. As a fan base in the organization, can we do it?
Well, put like this. Forget the fan base. We honestly, God, we should never matter in the Knicks front office's decisions. We mean nothing. They should be making the decisions to get the best player possible. Because again, this is the same fan base that was booing KP. And got a lot of people in this fan base that was crying because KP got traded, right? So that was a good pick talent-wise. I'm just saying talent-wise, right? I'm not saying all that stuff, right? So again, if you draft a guy, if they pick freaking whatever you want to call him from freaking Angola, and he's a beast, we're gonna boom on draft night because who the hell is this guy? He comes and he eats, he does well. Oh, all right, well, shut up. He's good. So the front office ain't connected to us. We don't give a damn as long as they're talented and they're producing. That's the thing. You can't draft another Frank where if this goes right, you have to put him in this system and this and blah, blah. And he doesn't even, then it's like, all right, we got to wait 3 years to maybe get a production. We just want more hits. Like
said
Coach
Ray's an all-star talent because Okafor was the second pick, and if we would have drafted him, we would have been getting killed right now. So it's not where you're drafting it; it's that are we ready as an organization to take a player and make him a superstar if he has the talent without killing him?
As an
before he
organization,
goes?
yes, we are. Right now with
Okay.
Thibodeau and these different coaches. But fan base
Okay.
doesn't matter at all on that. You think Greg Popovich will draft someone and say, I wonder what my fans think of him. If my fans are going to boo him, I'm not drafting this kid.
I asked that question so we can talk about it, but it was based on the organization.
Right.
Okay.
Look at KP. It's been in a while.
Look at KP. Was KP a superstar? No.
He was
but
7'3",
New York
getting
treated him like
bodied
a
by Patty
superstar.
Mills. Nah.
They treated KP like a superstar. KP, when he got traded, and I was actually wrong on this. KP, when he got traded, we were 9 games under
reviews on KP. It was mixed reviews on KP with the people that I know.
You said the media, right? You had clowns like Max Kellerman. You had clowns like Max Kellerman calling KP a superstar level generational talent.
But he only did that so he can trash the Knicks for him leaving.
Hey, fellas, let me
But he only did that so he can trash the Knicks for him leaving. That's why.
We got a super chat and we got a question from Yolvis and Tenza. Excuse me for your name. He wants to know what you think about us, our game tomorrow against the Raptors. So you want to take it, Rob? How do you think we're going to do tomorrow night?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I think that the Raptors are undersized, and I think we're going to be able to D them pretty good because I think we got the quicker guards. But we got Frank is out tomorrow, right? And Burke's still out.
Burks and IQ and Rivers are questionable. I think Burks is still out.
Well, it's really based on who plays, so we can get them back.
Raptors won.
I say if Quickley come back, I'm calling it a wrap. It's a wrap. If Quickley back and we still got everybody else intact, I think it's a wrap. I think we can control the guards. I think that we got a better match down on the base, down on the box. I think Mitch is gonna have a big game. He's gonna get a double-double tomorrow, and he's not gonna foul out. That would be the fourth consecutive game he won't foul out, won't get in foul trouble. And he'll get a couple blocks. And I think that we're probably gonna win like 107-99.
Okay. I think it depends too. You have to. The Raptors are a team that plays with a lot of pace, so you don't want to run with them because they're a well-coached team, and they got some talent over there in shooting. Van Fleet and others, and Siakam. I think you need to slow the pace down and have Randle absolutely bully Siakam, push him around, beat him up, and I'm calling it. I think it's 105-98.
Okay, Chuck.
Mitch is not going to have a double-double. That was a lie. 92-99 Raps.
Oh my God, Chuck!
No, that's
Go
why
Vegas, man.
Vegas is in the business to make money. If they're saying the Raptors are going to win tomorrow, they're 0-3. They're going to be hungry. There's a reason that they put the line there. What do you think, Coach?
I think tomorrow's going to be a game about pace. If we fall into the Raptors' pace, we're going to lose because we can't run with them. If we slow the game down and play our Randle bully ball, we have a shot. I'm curious to see if the Knicks keep shooting 65%, which is not going to be sustainable, and opposing teams keep shooting like 20%.
They won't.
I know they won't. Close game. I could see the Knicks winning. I'll just go with the Knicks winning a close one, 99-94.
Cool. Kev, what you think about tomorrow night?
We'll probably win by 10.
Okay.
I'll say 105-95.
And any other predictions about the game? Any players or anything else you want to talk about?
Curious to see. I'm curious to see Randle if he keeps this up. He'll get a lot of different looks at him. The Raptors have really good scouting and coaching staffs. Yeah, that'll be the big one for me.
That's not what Steven meant. Steven was trying to get to Kevin to see if he was going to give predictions on Kevin Knox.
No doubt. But he's giving them on the other games. Why shouldn't he give one on this game?
No, Kevin.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that was specifically for me. I'm sorry.
Can't give him no comment. Just say no comment.
He gonna say 30.
That's cool too. That's cool. I'm not looking for anything other than.
Kev, don't give him no. Hey, don't give him no billboard material, Kev. Just tell him no comment.
Here's my thing. Rob.
You trying to be Mitch Robinson's agent too?
Here's my thing, Rob. I am not going to give anyone the benefit of the doubt to try and get me out of my positive vibes or anything like that. Because I am the only one who is optimistic about this team. That's why I don't talk about the draft at all, because I don't think we'll be a lottery team anyways. And I know people will boo-hoo and cry as soon as we'll hit a certain number of wins. Like, oh, we just perfect year to us a tank, and we should have sucked, and we missed out on all these players. Poor us. We're just, whatever. No, because winning solves culture. Mm-hmm. Because there's nothing that's going to help these players get better than winning and putting themselves in winning situations. We can't fantasize about even more kids that will eventually end up killing because we've killed every single kid that's come through here the last 5 years. So I don't think any kid, this is a horrible, horrible environment for anyone under the age of like 23 because the fan base is awful. I'm glad there's nobody in Madison Square Garden this year. Like I really am, because it's sad how us as a fan base treats most of these kids. Like RJ is supposed to be like this golden child, and we starting to kill him because he's having 4 bad games. So
not everybody killing him.
Yeah, no.
The tides are turning. Trust me.
See, I'm just happy.
Stay out with the pitchforks in the dark.
I'm just happy.
You get paid millions of dollars, bro. Hey, a lot of responsibilities on you. You get paid millions of dollars. And if you're getting caught, I mean, if you're not producing to a decent level, I'm not even talking about you have to score this or that, but you're getting paid millions of dollars and you're not taking your craft seriously, you should expect people to be mad at you, whether you play in Madison Square Garden or in San Antonio. So,
and they would.
If these guys were producing better on an individual level, and it's like, all right, we can see something there. Trust me, New York Knicks, that team that we had with Stoudemire, Felton, and a bunch of those young guys, Gallinari, Wilson Chandler. That team was teetering between 7 and 8 seed and coming out of it a lot of times. Sometimes they look terrible. But everybody said, all right, we see something here. Because each and every one of those guys, even Landry Fields, was producing within the system. But you have a team where guys are on – you have a coach say, we have an issue where guys are staying up way past the reasonable time for sleep because they're playing video games. And you're on a team that's the worst team in the NBA or one of the worst teams, and you're not producing, you're damn right a fan base should be pissed off at you. So let's stop.
You're having these thoughts and these questions and talking about people, and we're 4 games into this season. We are 4 games into this season, and you're talking about how bad this team is when we're 2-2.
I think you're talking about for like in terms of like last year and all that stuff before too, because you said we have a fan base. I think you're killing us that we criticize guys just period, not just this season.
But this season, you're already fixated on next year's draft, and we're 4 games into this season.
Oh, wait. When I'm fixated on next year's draft, that has nothing to do necessarily with. Again, I said many times I don't want to tank, but to go into this draft to act like this draft does not exist is stupid and asinine. Every other team already have their scouts. They got all their little slimy businessmen trying to see if they get this guy or what they got. You know what I mean? They're all prepared. So why shouldn't the fan base be thinking about it?
It's not being prepared. It's when you are sitting here and you're talking about Cade Cunningham and I don't even know anyone else. I haven't even paid any attention.
Right, and that's why you put it down because you don't.
You want to know why? Because we're 4 games into this season.
You know, just because
I'm not going to sit here as a fan. I'm not a scout, so I'm not sitting here scouting these players. I have nothing to do with them getting drafted. I'm only worried about what this team looks like this season.
Yeah, but you could pay attention to both the draft and what we're doing now. With the team. Why not?
That doesn't make any sense. Why am I paying attention to something that I don't even know what's going to happen?
Man. Yeah,
you don't have to. I'm not advocating for any tank. All I'm saying is that we can talk about prospects for next year because there's I would say a payoff because the tank doesn't exactly work or us losing games. I don't say tank, but us losing games, right? But us just sit here and say, okay, we can have a conversation as to damn, if we come out as say the 9th seed, what is it, 9th and 10th, or now you have up to 10 seed, right?
7-10 players.
And this is a legit question. I'm not answering. I'm not going on any sides, right? It's a legit question. What do you do with Julius Randle? Do you push him at the trade deadline to get another asset because this draft has so much talent? Are we pushing for the 8, 9, 10 seed? Are we going to build long term? You cost him, not cost benefit. Well, I guess it'd be cost benefit analysis in some weird way, right? You're measuring what you have for future years in the draft or this year in the draft versus what you have now. Is Julius Randle long term? Is this permanent? Has he truly changed his game to be? So why not think about the draft? Tom Thibodeau, for a person who loves Tom Thibodeau sound bites, Tom Thibodeau said there are 4 ways to develop a team, and he mentioned the draft. So let's stop acting like the draft is not important to this regime.
And he says every good organization thinks of all 4 facets that he just spoke: draft, trades, free agency, and player development, and focus on all 4 of them every day. And if you don't focus on all of them, you're doing the team an injustice.
Yep. Hey, just a quick shout out, Christoph, a super chat. Thank you. He's saying, stop the defeatist mentality. In Tibbs, we trust. You are all goofy. You have no faith and might as well jump shit. But don't come back. Knicks forever. So thanks. I don't think we're defeatists. I think we just looking at the game from different things. And like I said, that's what the show is about, is getting the voices of the Lawrence Tears community. That Freezy, it's really important to him. And some people are going to agree, and some people are disagree. But that's the beauty. If everyone's had the same thought, this would be a one boring show.
And Kevin's right in the fact that the first thing we got to worry about is this season and our players we have right now. As fans, we want our team to win, and we want them to make the playoffs, and we want these young guys to get valuable experience in the postseason. That's what I want first. But also,
you're also behind the scenes doing the homework, saying to yourself, you know what? The reality of the talent on this team, we may be in a lottery. So when you're looking at it, these are my notes already saying, Suggs is a dog. He's made for New York. Mobley has great talent, but he may be Knox 2.0. He may not have he may not be tough enough to play in New York, even though he has all these great skills. The media, the fans, and everything. Mobley may have issues because he doesn't have a mean streak in him. And players that play well in New York have certain elements in them. So it's just, I think we can do both things at the same time. Look at this season, but saying, you know what, I want to know. I don't want to start looking at the end of the season. I'm watching every Gonzaga game. I'm watching every Arizona State game. I'm watching to see, are they developing in their season and how they would play. So
my whole thing with that is this Stephen, is you talking about the talent on this team, but you don't know the talent on this team and what they're going to do under this regime. You don't know. That's all I'm saying. We are 4 games into this season. I'm not paying attention to what Gonzaga's doing because as the season goes on and we keep winning, we're going to move closer and closer away from getting these top 5 players. So that's what I'm saying. Before a certain amount of games, I can't worry about next season, not unless I know what the trajectory of this season is going to do.
Wait, Kevin, you actually have to do more homework. If you're not going to end up in the top 5, you might end up in one of these weird middle.
Not as a fan, I'm worried about this season. This season, as a fan, not as a scout, not as an NBA scout, as a fan, I'm like, okay, after 25 games, let's see what the trajectory of this team is before I can even start worrying about that. I'm not worrying about the draft right now today. We're about to play our 5th game.
You can look at both. Like, no one is sitting here saying you have to tank or anything. Why is it so bad to say, all right, here's some top level talents that we may get. Yeah, we get to the playoffs, right? Or say we even get sniffed the playoffs. Here's some top level players that look, we have deficiencies here and there. Okay, forget K. Cunningham and Jalen Suggs. Maybe there's another point guard that will fit here that no one's really talking about. That damn, let me do my homework on him. Not saying it's gonna affect anything, but hey, you may bring it up. And it might be something that we all talk about. Oh, this guard's actually good. He falls to us. Maybe he comes to the Knicks.
Because right now, the only thing that you're talking about is the top 5 players, which means you think that we're going to be one of the top 5 teams, or the bottom 5 teams in the league. You're not talking about, this might be a player that we can get right here. The only person you're talking about are people who's going to be in the top 5. So that means your mindset is it's not tanking just because you suck. Sucking and tanking are 2 different things.
Well, again, the tank does not work 1-for-1. When we got RJ Barrett, we had two teams with better records that got the 1 and the 2nd pick.
Let me break something to you. The Knicks
Stop
haven't
thinking about
tanked.
tanking.
We've just sucked. There's a difference. We weren't tanking. We were just bad.
Are you listening to what I'm
There's a
saying?
difference.
Again, forget tank. It's just prospects that may come up. If the Knicks are lucky enough, which they probably won't be because we always get screwed. Again, you don't think about tank because you can't tank 1-for-1 in the NBA anymore, right? You may get a high probability, maybe, but again, you can end up with a decent record, maybe not players, but a decent record, and still get a really good pick. So you have maybe not you, maybe it's too much for you, but I'm gonna do it because I think it's interesting. Like you love Tom Thibodeau soundbites when it comes to Kevin Knox. I don't know why you don't like Tom Thibodeau soundbites when it comes to the draft.
I listen to everything Tom Thibodeau says. Literally everything Tom Thibodeau says. And Tom Thibodeau hasn't said, you know what, we're in this to lose so we can get a high draft pick for next year because we're one draft pick away.
But
I
the
haven't
reality
heard Tom Thibodeau say that.
If we can't attract players from free agency, and if we're going to get fleeced, have to pay a king's ransom to trade, the only other way to get a superstar is by drafting them, like he did with.
Or build up the players that you already have.
And what if you can't?
Is that a concept that's just too hard? If you can't, then you do a really bad job as a coach. Then this isn't a developmental staff if you can't.
That's what I was talking about. See, that's what
if
it
you
is.
can't take a team that's one of the worst
you see what
teams
just
that doesn't
happened?
have the talent and make them a player.
You see what just happened? Did you
This
see
team was
what
brought
just
in for
happened?
what?
What happened,
This
Rob?
staff was brought in for
Wait, hold
what?
on. What happened, Rob? Rob's going to say something.
Quiet them down for a second. See, that's exactly what I was talking about. Everything shot all over the place until Kevin brought it back. We can't get a superstars. Nobody thinks in that way of raising them. No New York Knicks fan thinks that way. We say yeah, but as soon as it get thick, we want to go buy it.
But Rob, man, you got to. Some guys could get better, but only a few could be superstars.
Superstars, thank you. You keep striking out tonight. Stop doing this, Rob. You're talking about raising.
No, you have to. The mindset. Look, it's a mindset that we can raise it. Kevin hit it right on the head.
It's a talent.
Right on the head.
Talent.
He said, "Develop what we have." We send Rod Strickland away.
Chuck take it, man. Chuck put him in place.
Delusional if you think that superstars, not all stars, not superstars, superstars. It's easy. You get most superstars. Literally, there only a few that come through. And AD, you see it from a mile away. Superstar. LeBron James, superstar. The only person you can even say, and the people will argue that he's not, or some people say, is Kawhi Leonard. And even in Kawhi Leonard, he came into the perfect situation where he had a winning pedigree.
He was calling Steph Curry a superstar a year ago.
Steph Curry came from Davis. He came to the NBA
calling him a superstar. Wasn't they calling him a superstar?
What are you talking about?
Can we agree that they were calling him a superstar?
Steph Curry in a team that could give you 17 or with bad coaching. Do we have a Steph Curry in a team like that?
Look, no. All we saying is raising superstar. Look, you can change the narrative, Grandmo, but what I was saying is this here. We can raise that.
Who? Okay, who's the superstar? Okay, let's
that right now. We don't have him on the team.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Kevin, take it for a sec, and then I got a super chat.
How many teams are there in the NBA?
30.
Are there 30 superstars?
No.
Okay, then that's all I got to say. You don't have to have a superstar.
That goes against Rob's point.
The point I originally made was you can build the level of the talent that you have into legit. You don't have to be a superstar. You can be a high-level NBA player. You can have a bunch of high-level NBA players on your team and be competitive.
Well, Kevin, your original point of saying developing guys into decent players, I don't disagree with. Rob is talking about superstars. So this is what I'm saying. Rob just comes in out of nowhere.
I said stars.
And it has nothing to do with anything.
This man just said Rod Strickland and talking about superstars. Rod Strickland will never.
I said no stars. No, I said stars. Hey, look, don't get it twisted. I said stars.
Everybody heard Rod say superstars, right?
My whole thing started with stars. Can the New York players, can the New York management get a star and raise them? I came back in on that point.
No. One second. Chuck's going to take a second. Let me just do a shout out for Christoph again. This is for you, Guillermo. that his comment about us being defeatists wasn't for everyone. It was just for my man with the winter hat on. Come on, gents, go New York, go New York, go.
I don't live in fairyland, fairy tale land where it's hey everything we're tour too, yay, dogs. I've been through the Patrick Ewing era. I've been through the Cheney era. I've been through the the Nate Robinson era. I walked around with a Bible during the '99 finals. So don't tell me about being optimistic. I was praying to God to give us at least one.
You also been through the Detroit Pistons era with Chauncey without a superstar.
Rob, grown men is speaking. Please don't talk about me not being optimistic. I'm being objective. I look at everything. I point the positives and the negatives. The Knicks team right now, we're 2-2. I'm happy about it, but there's still things that we have to discuss. But if you want to be positive, all that stuff, I mean, you go to Rob. He'll be delusional about whatever.
Guillermo, you're bringing in money for Freezy, man. Donald Cannon just with the super chat. Thank you as always, Donald. You're very, very generous, and we greatly appreciate it. Guillermo, Kevin's right. What if we do well? It's not like you're looking at all the possible draft picks. You're only looking at top 5. What if we're 15?
Yeah, wait, hold up. So I mentioned Moses Moody. I mentioned Scotty Barnes from FSU.
I've never heard you mention any of these people.
Because you don't come to my show. You said this is the first time you came to my show today, right?
When you come on this show, it's always Cade Cunningham and Suggs and Green and Mobley. Those are the only people I've ever heard you hear.
Brandon Boston, keep going.
Keep going, man. Because I talked to Guillermo on this. He knows them all, man.
Yeah, I have not heard him. He was on this show all the time. You know, all I'm saying is on this show, that's all I hear him say.
Top 10, top 15, because he's not playing right now. That he's in the G League. That there's a possibility you could trade up to try to get him. Just because, and Nick G brought up this point. That's what I'm saying. People do not listen. They say I'm pessimistic. They don't want to listen to when I'm saying things, right? I mentioned all these draft picks, right? I always done videos on Brandon Boston, Suggs, and Cade Cunningham. That's that time. That's the only time I had to really watching them. I mentioned all these guys before. Nick G comes in. I talk about all these guys. So what are you talking about, bro? Stephen Fox has heard me talk.
If the Knicks be the 10th pick, if the Knicks go into the playoffs as the 10th team, don't you know they still in the lottery?
Okay, wait, what is your point?
Yeah, really, man.
No, I'm just letting you know that we can play for the playoffs and still be in the lottery.
Okay, what is it? And I've said, okay, guys.
I asked you, did you know that?
I do not want to tank.
That's not tanking. Let's go into the playoffs. I didn't say that you wanted to tank. I said I made a statement. I said if the Knicks go be to the playoff as the 10th team, don't you know that they're still in the lottery? That's what I said.
Okay, what's your point?
Did you know that?
G was saying he was looking at all the all the way outlets to build a team. He didn't say tank or lose games on purpose or suck on purpose or that we're even gonna suck. He just said that he was looking at every obstacle, every option.
I agree with him.
Hey, Chuck, what's your thoughts, man?
Okay, Kevin did a lot of wind blowing, but he didn't give his prediction on Knox. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it for him. All right.
Your prediction of Kevin Knox is
it's my turn.
That man Chuck.
It's my turn, Kevin.
That's
please.
Right. You take it.
Relax. All right, Kevin will take 17 points for Knox tomorrow, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. I will counter that with 11 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 5 fouls. Thank you.
My thing with Chuck is, and this is the one thing that stands out. Every time he makes it, they always get in foul trouble. Like every single play he always makes a prediction is always getting in foul trouble. So they gonna foul out the game every time.
I love you guys.
But everyone's getting fouled out. Every time he talks about a player, they gonna have like 8 fouls. They're not gonna be in the game. Like what?
But hold on. Why can't you put Kevin on the spot? What do you think Kevin Knox is gonna have tomorrow? No Burks, possibly no IQ or the other question we got Rivers, right? So
honestly,
what do you?
My honest opinion, I think Kevin Knox is gonna have a really big game.
Okay, give me a range.
Guarding him tomorrow?
Huh?
Who's going to guard Knox tomorrow?
Oceana Newbie, probably, right?
Thank you.
Well, he's a starter, but here's the thing: they don't even have anybody on the bench that's like
3 points.
So they got
like period.
Hold on. I'll say it right now. They got Lord. Damn it. They got OG Anunoby.
That was my point on a newbie. If a newbie's on Kevin, he's may have a tough night tomorrow.
But they are a poor three. I think a poor 3-point defending team. So they got DeAndre Bembry. Oh, they got Chris Boucher, but he's more like a power forward, I guess. They got Stanley Johnson.
He gonna play?
I don't think he's played a lot. I don't think he's played a lot.
Like I said, Kevin Knox gonna have a big game, and the only reason I think Kevin Knox is gonna have a big game is because he's from Tampa and his family's gonna be there, and he's gonna probably want to put on the show.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's true. Possibility. People get up from their hometown, man. People do get up playing from their hometown.
And this is the only time ever, probably he'll ever get to play in his hometown.
Yeah.
There's a possibility.
So I'll say he's from Tampa.
Oh, Tampa.
They went to Tampa Catholic.
Quarterback.
So his family's gonna. He said it earlier today. His family's gonna be there, and he's looking to have a good game. So I'm thinking he's gonna have a game. I'm hoping he has a good game. The first time ever he actually plays in front of his hometown, his family. And also an interesting fact: tomorrow is the first time, technically, if you want to say, the Knicks actually play in front of a crowd. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, they're having they have 3,800 people will be.
They're gonna probably be Knicks fans.
I don't think anyone in Tampa
coming from Canada.
Toronto.
Yeah, no
nobody coming from Canada to watch that game.
So yeah.
Hey, Freezy, you want to say something?
So hey man, y'all are on, man. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
I know. Another night on the sofa with the pup for me.
Yeah. I thought you would have, not that we run the people off or anything. But
No, I'm hanging with my family, man. It's very hard, man. They just make me feel so good that it's like I'll just hang with my friends.
Okay. Well, shout out to the video chat and everybody in the video chat and shout out to the virtual chat. I think we had a high score of like 170 or something, but we'll probably get around 3,000 views within the next 1 or 2 days. So shout out to everybody, man, and everybody that's out there looking that didn't join the video or virtual chat. So just want to say shout out to them. We continue to try to put on a great product for you guys.
Hey, another super chat from Christoph again. Hey, I feel you, Guillermo, but I'm an 80s baby. Family ties to Tim Duncan, and it hurt the 99 finals. And just as a Knicks fan in general, just got to have some faith. Love the show, guys. Thank you for the positive comments. We really appreciate your generosity, Christoph. And believe me, Guillermo bleeds orange and blue. He loves his Knicks, so don't take anything. He's a realist, though. And some people don't like keeping it real. So, fellas, we're at that 4 o'clock mark. Freezy, you want to take us out?
Yeah, man. Go subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button. Turn on your notifications. Join the virtual chat. Join this video chat, definitely. Hey, if y'all watching and you want to join the video chat, come on. We welcome that. You know what I'm saying? This video chat we have now grew from people that were actually in the virtual chat and for some reason decided to turn that camera on. And so they did that and they made an outstanding product. So if you feel like you want to do the same, I say come on. We welcome all comers. We have a family type atmosphere here. You know what I'm saying? We looking to protect that, keep that in place because we want all the Knicks fans that watch this to feel like this is a safe place where you can come and have your opinion be heard. You know what I mean? That's what we are. So I want to say thank you to Foxy for running point.
My pleasure. It's an honor. Thank you.
You do a great job running point. And for those that don't know behind the scenes, Foxy and I do a lot of stuff together to try to put out at least a halfway decent product for y'all. It don't always go the way we plan it. but you know, that's just part of it too.
Hey, Freezy, could you put out a couple of teasers for tomorrow? You're doing some great segments on the Knicks Morning Drive. Any teasers for us for tomorrow?
Yeah. So for the Knicks Morning Drive, so we have segments just to have our shows maintain its originality. What we want to do is make sure that we put out quality content and make sure that we're different from the others. So right now I have a couple of polls open on Twitter. I'm gonna put one out probably about 5 o'clock, just so that it'll have enough time to gather some participation. So we do a Twitter poll for Knicks Morning Drive. We do a Knicks Morning Drive mailbox where people on Twitter can ask us questions and make statements. So we also have a star chatter of the day. Chuck B won that. Chuck B is the original winner of the star chatter of the day. And we also have a segment what we call Out on the Limb, where you make your bold predictions and smart takes. We generally do that on game day, so we'll probably have that up tomorrow. We'll probably do that. We'll be on it at 8:45, and so we look for people to watch. Knicks we want y'all to watch KMD. You know what I'm saying? And you know, as you go about your business, or whatever. And just want to say the family continue to grow by leaps and bounds. So just want to say thank you to all that have joined the family. And if you want to say anything, you know, we welcome y'all with open arms.
Thank you, Freeze. And we hope to have those audio issues resolved quickly because you're breaking up again. So we all have prayers for 2021 that we're going to have nice and clear audio, and StreamYard ain't going to be playing games like we started the show and a few other things. But we appreciate everyone's patience, and we just appreciate everyone's voice. So, you know, we love the live chat, your questions, your, you know, just your energy, and the same thing, obviously, for my brothers in the video chat, my family.
Hey, you mind if I jump in and say something? So, Ralph,
Please.
So, what Kevin Bergen said that I owe Ralph an apology. Hey, and here's the thing: the only thing I owe Ralph is friendship. That's my man. When I feel like he's getting out, when I feel like he's trying to beat Stephen A. Smith, then I'm gonna say, hey man, God of Moses and Elijah, don't beat Stephen A. Smith. It's enough dudes that be trying to do that. Be yourself. We love listening to Ralph of Moses and Elijah. I don't want no phony ass Stephen A. Smith. You know what I'm saying? I want my man. You know what I'm saying? And so if Ralph took that the wrong way, when he gets some time to think about it, he knows who I am. You know, I ain't just gonna put him on blast like that. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy. And when he right, when I feel like he right, I toot his horn louder than anybody. Like the thing with Julius Randle, when everybody was bashing him about the Julius Randle thing, I came to his defense and was like, yo, that's my dog right there. He was absolutely right, and y'all owe him kudos for that. But for stuff like that joint, the Stephen A. Smith thing take about the Spurs, I wasn't really feeling that, and I just want to go to my man and tell him that all the stuff.
Can you explain that Stephen A. take?
Hey man, so we don't want you to be nobody else. We want you to be God of Moses and Elijah. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Look, I understand your opinion, but
have a discussion on this. You guys.
First of all, no, hold on. I want to say here, I wasn't being Stephen A. Smith. I just want to put that out there. I was not being Stephen A. Smith. I trust the coaching staff and the player development staff. It doesn't matter where we draft. I think we can coach them. Whoever we draft, what parent will draft them, will draft well, and I think we have the coaching staff to develop them well. Now, what you guys want to disagree with me? That's fine with me. But
much respect.
If you want to call me Stephen A. Smith for that, that's fine with me. But I'm gonna just, I'm just gonna stick with what I stick to, and that's it. Like you don't like my opinion, that's fine. But that's my opinion.
Hey, a super chat. I just wanted to shout out L. Marshall. Thank you so much for your generosity and continued generosity with your super chats. Players are watching this, y'all. No fans in the seat. Keep it up. Likes up. And same to you, brother BKL Contreras. Appreciate the kind words and the shout out for everybody on the panel. We have different views, but there is much respect among us all. Kevin Wright knows that I think he's wonderful. I'm a firm believer in the Kevin Loves Knicks show in the future, and Guillermo and all the guys on this show know. But we're hanging.
Kevin loves Knicks or Kevin loves Knox?
He didn't like the Kevin Loves Kevin didn't like the Kevin Loves Kevin show. So just out of respect for my brother, he said he likes the Kevin Loves Knicks show. So it's not. It's a little.
My whole thing is again this. When I was by myself in here, I don't even think I even talked about Kevin Knox like at all. I didn't go on some monologue about Kevin Knox. I was talking to the chat, and we were talking about a whole bunch of stuff. So I didn't not one time. I don't think that whole time I even mentioned Kevin Knox at all.
Okay,
that's cool. Hey, who's Mark? Thanks so much for seeing the chat. It was a pleasure. Maybe another time on the panel, but thank you for your insight, man. It was a pleasure having a chance to talk with you.
Yeah. So we'll wrap here, and for those that still have something to add, we can get it off your chest with Knicks Morning Drive. It'll be on in about 4 hours and 30 something minutes. So and the Knicks Morning Drive is growing by leaps and bounds to y'all. It's one morning we had about 150 people at the top chat. So come on in if y'all want to listen to that as y'all drive or go to work or drink your coffee or whatever. And if you want to jump in the video chat, come on.
And thanks again, Sirhan the man. He's shouting out to everyone on the panel, Freezy and everybody else. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you everybody. Like Freezy said, we're just trying to get everybody's voice in the community, and we're just so proud that it's growing. And please, as Freezy was saying, we want more voices. So come on the video channel. Besides hanging out in the live chat, make that step up. It's not as frightening as you think. After a second, you realize you're just hanging out with people and letting it rip. So take that step with us. And that's about all I got. I think I'm just going to be chilling with a little bit Blue Label in a couple of minutes. And I'm
Good man.
Look at him. He's bragging. Look, he didn't have to say Blue Label. You don't got to floss on us like that, man. Good.
Yo, all right. I'm drinking J&B, man. And,
good night, everyone.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Peace out, man. Stephen Fox, Barnes, Tier, salute to everybody, man.
God bless. Thanks, everyone. As always, it's an honor.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
Peace.